Welcome everyone to the Term 1 Autumn Open Jury, a culmination of Open Week. Just to let our critics know, the AA in its transition year coming back on premises asked all programs and units if they were going to take unit trips in Open Week to do so anywhere they wanted to, provided it was within the UK. So we have people coming back from trips they've never taken before in their own backyard. My name is Mark Morris. I'm head of teaching and learning at the Architectural Association, and we're kicking off the morning with some amazing projects and fantastic critics, all organized around the theme of time-based media. What does that mean? This term, time-based media, describes a work that has some temporal dimension as well as a physical dimension. If you think about film or music or computer-based technologies, a lot of time-based media works would be understood to have duration and unfold in a particular way. I mean, one would assume that works of architecture, buildings, could all be considered time-based. Indeed, the passage of time over the course of a day or across years is one of the principal ways we read and come to truly know a building. However, the object of today is to focus in on time-based architectural representations per se, and how technologies, old and new, are aiding us in presenting architectural ideas in different and deeper formations of expression. The diverse work we'll be looking at across an online academic year, all of these works created. We took special advantage of time-based media as never before. But before we dive into the work, I wanted to welcome our critics and have them introduce themselves. I think we'll begin with our guest critic, Nigel Coats, who's coming to us from Siena today. Nigel, maybe you could introduce yourself to our students and staff here.
Well, it's great to be here. Thank you for inviting me, all of you. I guess I have a long history with the AA. I studied as a student between 72 and 74. My last year was the first year in which the units were formed by Alvin Boyarsky, and my unit master was Bernard Tchoumi. Bernard and I forged a very special relationship, creative relationship that resulted in him inviting me to teach with him around 1978, and I took over his unit when he took off for New York, and continued to teach there. In the meantime, I formed my practice on the back of being invited to Japan, and then had to give up teaching at the AA, and only then took up professorship at the Royal College of Art in 1995, and I taught there for 16 years. So I don't have a formal teaching position now. I'm busy with work more on either conceptual level with architecture or in product design, in furniture design. And I put my architectural spirit into that. So sorry, it's a bit long-winded. Thank you.
Well, thank you for being here, Nigel. Last time we got to be in the same room together was in a very funny dining hall in the old Naval College in Greenwich. And it's been too long. Alyssa Sykes-Smith, welcome. And if you could introduce yourself.
Hello, yes, and thank you for having me here. So I am a recent graduate from the AA. I studied an MFA in the Architectural Association Interprofessional Studio. So my background is mostly as a sculptor working in public art installation and merging between, I guess, urban spaces and architectural spaces, interiors, facades. And I come from a really traditional hands-on material-based background. And as my practice has developed, I've been really interested in how to, I guess, intimate the process of creating an art into the actual artwork itself, and also other forms of digital media that bridge the divide between physical and virtual or digital, and how these fields can intersect. So that's my sort of perspective that I would try to bridge over to you today. Thank you for having me here again. I look forward to seeing what we're going to look at this morning.
Thanks, Alyssa. And it sounds an ideal framework for today's work. Over to you, Mark Breeze, the framework of cinema.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a great pleasure to be here today. I'm an architect and filmmaker running the Design Research Collaborative Spatial Realities, and I teach at the AA, the Experimental Unit 17 with Katie Casabales, looking at using film as a design analysis, research, and presentation tool in the studio. Well, we call it dreaming domesticities and sheltering speculations, looking at new forms of domesticity and housing, and also a graduate seminar exploring ideas of the cinematic more theoretically and conceptually in architecture. I'm really looking forward to seeing all the work today. Thanks again for the kind invitation.
Thanks for being here today, Mark. Sebastian, too, over to you.
Hi, yeah, thanks for having me. I'm Sebastian. I graduated from the AA in 2018. I've since gotten to start my own studio, Cream Projects, with Anna, who also teaches at the AA. Cream Projects is a digital direction and world-building studio working within fashion, film, entertainment, and the arts. So kind of do a range of things. As well as that, I teach a communication and media studies course at the AA.
Thanks for being here today, Sebastian. Lastly, and I don't think he's with us quite yet. He's having a couple of hiccups with the technology. Yoni Bentaven is joining us. Yoni, a longtime collaborator in Foundation and working with media studies, a focus on filmmaking and soundscape, and an amazing voice at the AA. So we're pleased Yoni will be joining us in due course. To keep the schedule, I'll ask Boji Yu to present the format today. No surprises here. There's a sort of 10-minute presentation and then 20 minutes to discuss. This is not the sort of standard design critique. In fact, all the work here made it through the last cycle with flying colors. So we're having a different level of conversation through that lens, as I say, about time-based media and how we can express architectural ideas in new ways. So over to you, Boji. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mark. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to try to share my screen first. Yeah, so I'm Boji, and it's my pleasure to present my last year project in a Diploma 1 with my tutor, Miraj Ahmed and Martin Jameson. And I'm interested in the relationship between architecture and deep time. And the project named Urban Cinematology focuses on the entropy within man-made geology and the beauty within longevity. It starts from the investigation and the adaptation of existing building of the Museum of London, and then start to the larger city. And instead of narrowing down to a specific design, it aims to provoke the thinking on different timescale, encouraging architecture of longevity and slow change. To communicate this relationship between architecture and time, the application of animation and film, and also time-based drawing are explored in this project.
Geology has its entropy, where everything is gradually wearing down. The irreversible process will be in a sense metamorphosized. It may be that human beings are just different from dinosaurs, rather than better. In other words, there just might be a different situation. Robert Smithson, 1971. Taking the idea of geological entropy from Robert Smithson, the project attempts to question the life cycle of urban artifacts and seeks solutions to stimulate the pursuit of longevity. By sourcing material from the city and densifying existing urban fragments as sedimentary layers, urban sedimentology claims a geological approach of architecture in order to terminate the cycle of demolition and rebuild. Imagine yourself in London 1,000 years from now. In what state are the urban artifacts we leave behind? The human activities of excavation and construction are exceeding the natural process of erosion and sedimentation as a significant part of geological entropy. While a piece of stone takes hundreds of millions years to form under compression and heat, its lifespan as a building material is relatively short. After greedy excavation to source material, in the end, we produce a huge amount of construction and demolition waste. In 2015, London's population just surpassed its pre-war peak, but an increasing amount of construction is undertaken to meet its changing needs. The building industry contributes 40% of UK's total carbon footprint and more than half of the waste stream in England. There is a continuous cycle of demolition and rebuild. Throughout the history of London, extensive infrastructure has been developed to make way for its urban expansion. To build up our world, substantial natural territories have been occupied, where the geological material is excavated, transformed, and abandoned. While we try to reshape the world to meet our demand, the increase of overall entropy on Earth is accelerated. How can we reconcile our city construction to the process of entropy? The recognition of geological time often comes side by side with the unearthing of geological material. Since the 18th century, there has been a fascination with the geological process. Geology became Piranesi's unique scope to investigate and speculate the movement and permanence of sedimentary layers beneath Rome. The sacrificial specimens were collected and reassembled into Joseph Gandy's painting. In Viollet-le-Duc's case, the geological geometry becomes a regional and tectonic principle to analyze, to speculate, to construct both the mountain to decay and the walls to be built. By introducing the notion of geological time and taking human construction as the Anthropocene layer of the Earth's crust, geology is constructed within the form of architecture. How can we terminate demolition? The mayor has set ambitious aim for London to be a zero-carbon city by 2030, but we can only achieve this by thinking even further. The project introduced an embodied carbon emission restriction on a land basis. While the carbon emission of a high-density carbon-intensive tower may use up most of the allowance per square meter on site, a long-life structure with a relatively low density can leave more carbon allowance for further development, which benefit the land value. If we legislate carbon molecule in Parliamentary Act, reflections on longevity will be stimulated from the molecule scale to the city scale, leading to revolutionary changes in building regulation, planning, permission, and spatial development strategy for Greater London. We have to source material without excavation and build for longevity. Reclaimed building material and long-life material will be favored to absorb carbon emission and reduce the influence on carbon allowance. We have to construct without demolition. Wholesale demolition will become outdated, as it will waste carbon allowance per plot and endanger the potential of the land, therefore decreasing the land value. As a short-life structure which has to be demolished and rebuilt can endanger the carbon land allowance, long-life material and long-life structure will become investment to the land. The building then becomes infrastructure that can be incremental growth to meet our need. We have to densify our city without expansion, as the carbon land allowance is only designated within the existing urban footprint. Urban sprawl will be restricted. Redundant material from the suburbs will be reused to densify the center of the city. Space between and above existing structures will be occupied if necessary. Within the square mile, the current site of Museum of London is investigated. The current building, with its iconic post-war concrete structure and raised pathways, its relationship to London Wall and collision with the existing Ironmongers' Hall, composes an architecture of layering. However, the scrap proposal of Centre for Music by Geological Geometry repeated the ignorance of demolition and rebuild. But the demolition and rebuild proposal used up almost 45,000 tons of embodied carbon. Meeting the same demand by reusing and adapting existing structure can reduce 3/4 of carbon emission. Can we imagine a city built up as a bricolage of waste we have produced? While brick structures in London represent the sedimentary material beneath the city, can we construct new structures with contemporary sedimentation? Can we take our city as the quarry of the source material? Urban Cinematology takes the application of longland material as the sense of further construction. It also initiates alternative material palettes based on the combination of reclaimed building elements. A disassembled concrete element is turned into a precast beam, then concrete blocks in the wall, later on, becomes an aggregate for a new piece. Urban cinematology challenges the existing system of material evaluation. Fragments, components, and aggregates within the city should be re-evaluated and reused, complementing the palette for the urban bricolage, with their transformative forms throughout their life cycle into considerations. The idea of architecture as a series of geological layers can be found in our cities historically. The sedimentary layers of tabularium in Rome, the accumulated structures transferring the outside amphitheater into a village, to the insertion of Catholic Church in Cordoba Mosque. The existing structures have become new grounds for the future. The idea of using waste to adapt buildings, and the process of adaptation and densification already happens. But the simple fact of minimizing demolition will alter the way the city evolves. As a palimpsest of historical layers, the city can always be densified without wiping out the existing. Throughout the time, layers and layers of accretions accumulated on topography of the existing structure, adapting them to the ever-changing demands of human life. The financial waste inherent in the cycle of demolition and rebuild is avoided. This saving is recycled into more affordable places to live and more generous spaces in which to walk. Spaces that are shared by the community, are valued, and are never lost or desecrated. The existing urban artifacts, which survive the fire, the war, and ongoing demolition, should be maintained and reused. The new structures facilitate and complement the existing as sedimentary layers. The greatest products of architecture are less the work of individuals than of society. Rather than the offspring of a nation's effort, than the inspired flash of a man of genius. The deposit left by a whole people, the heaps accumulated by centuries, a residue of successive evaporation of human society. In a word, spaces are formations. Each wave of time contributes its alluvium. Each wreath deposits its layer on the monument. Each individual brings his storm. Victor Hugo, 1831. This is urban sentimentology, an architecture paradigm operating within a new legislative framework. It opposes excavation, demolition, expansion, and provoke reuses, repurposing, and the reassembling of what we already have. Above all, it places value on what we collectively own as a community, as a society. It allows for adaptation to new needs while respecting our past. It is an architecture of longevity and slow change. An architecture that always reconciles and accepts.
That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Boji.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, Yoni. We have some critics. Yoni, I've introduced you, so you're also free to, in a bit, introduce yourself. Boji, your project is so much bound to time, not just in terms of representation, but in terms of its content, its impetus. It might be useful for us to kind of separate those things out, because there were sort of really interesting moments of time-based media stitched into the larger discussion of time archaeology, palimpsest. If we go back, your image of Gandhi's Soane's design of the Bank of England is a static image, but is all about time. That's interesting. And that seems to be picked up in representations you're making at the end of the film. Something like a pan view you used about 12 times over elevations and sections. for you, that seems to be an important part of time-based media, using the drawing, not animating, but still the implied movement or scanning for something seems to be important to you. Can you walk us through that a little bit? And then maybe that links up to some of your preoccupations with how you organize the project.
Yeah, sure. Maybe I can try to share, for example, the drawing again on the screen.
Yep, looks good.
Yeah, so actually, in this case, in my project, because of this interest between, relation to time, all these drawings, how everything related to this, materiality unfold within a specific, relatively enclosed space, but longevity will be very interesting to explore. So all these drawings, not only in terms of section, but also in terms of perspective, how these layers keep changing throughout the time, become a very important, I think, kind of driving force for my project to speculate and to explore the potential of a specific space. And within this, this kind of series of time-based drawing, not only about what I talk about, the materiality and the function transform throughout the time, but also the poetic and also the the human life within it. So how our life inhabit throughout this kind of long period of transformation, I think is very important. And then within this time-based drawing, I think something very important is to explore about the longevity, not only in terms of those long-standing material and long-standing structure or architecture, but also to accept the entropic process of the decaying process of different material. Obviously, different material have different lifespan, and then this combination of exploration, not only using steel drawing, but also adding layers in relation to the longevity to different period of time, really helps me, I think.
I think it helps too that your pans are always left to right in that mode of a timeline unfolding. So it links up to what you're saying. The ambition is somehow mapped against the moving image explicitly. There's other points in your project where those things diverge, but let's open it up to the wider table. Any of our critics might want to kick off.
Thanks.
Well, the image that we're looking at now, it seems that you've made a conscious choice to continue the architectural language of what you find there and what you add. It's quite difficult to determine what is already there and what is about to be there. You sort of used a brutalist language, a very heavy language, and I'm surprised that there isn't evidence of more kind of lightness and ephemerality in what you're doing. Or maybe I've not understood what your perhaps sedimentology is meant to emphasize the fact that the evolving architecture will be indistinguishable from the old. So please help me, Boji.
Yeah, I think as a starting point, the site, the Maze of London, the post-war structure, actually did, imply a lot about, what can we do within that structure and densify it in order to extend it to building up. And also the idea of, densifying this structure with potential.
Yeah, hang on a minute. Density and the expression of structure are not the same thing.
Yeah, it's I'm trying to describe this process of building up how we, adding structure within the existing building and also on top. That's why I try to describe, in order to do that, we keep the existing building, but we try to densify and try to add, additional structure within it in order to, extend up. And then especially related to the current site, which is very, just next to the Roman wall, and the idea of, really putting things together to establish a very, very much a structure for longevity. I think how we densify the structure with not only lightweight structure, but also all this construction and demolition waste, which is this kind of, concrete debris and bricks before, we're adding lightweight structure, probably steel and timber on top. So that's kind of the gradient.
Do you mean that these structures are made out of compacted rubble that you've found in other places? Or...
Yeah, and is kind of the infill material. I try to learn from.
So you're going to mold that, you're going to mold that rubble into new structure. How would you do that?
It's trying to actually learn from the Roman structure, where you have the infill in between, for example, a brick wall, not only architectural, material, but also become a formwork for the concrete infill. So that's very much about what's happening within, for example, the exhibition space into the museum, but also become the foundation for the upper structure.
Yes, that's reasonable. I mean, the existing museum has been sort of, its soul has been taken out of it because it no longer has a purpose. It's I haven't really studied what the Dilla Scofidio concert hall would retain and what it would discard. But one further question, just taking my kind of line of engagement in a slightly different direction, is you seem to avoid what this place will become. So we know it was a museum, but what will it be in your future kind of evolution? Where is it heading towards in terms of the purpose of the buildings that you're, or are we deliberately trying to make an architecture which is purposeless? I mean, you talked about entropy. Are we talking also about entropy of program?
Exactly. So first of all, the design not really, starting from, very focusing on the evolution of the specific program, for that future site, but instead thinking about, the abolished proposal by Dilla Scofidio, which is not, really going to push forward anymore, and also the fact that the museum will move to the market in probably 2 or 3 years period. But how we can reuse this space, reuse the existing structure, which is really designed for a long-standing structure, but adding more material, adding more diversity, and adding more possibility into that structure, and make it actually not necessarily a very precisely programmed building, but how everything can unfold into that structure and above that structure. So it's a very loose idea about function, but try to rethink how the city can be programmed, and how all this vacant space within, for example, not only for this museum, but also many of surrounding office space can be reoccupied.
So are you suggesting that the use of buildings and the material reality of buildings have a very kind of elastic relationship?
I think so. The potential of of space, for example, old warehouse, it's actually probably a much more expensive, option in London currently, because it have more potential to be reused, to be reoccupied, to be modified, inserting another level into it, and also its capacity in terms even for the load capacity. And if you're thinking about all this old architecture, its capacity to keep changing its program, but serve different people for different use. That's really amazing, and really the magic of this urban architecture, the city architecture unfold. So how we learn from that, how we change our viewpoint or view frame for this modern architecture, and how we engage. I think it's very, very much about what everyone is looking forward.
I think on that point, Boji, the kind of level of engagement you're introducing might be great to bring in Alyssa's vantage point. Over to you.
So I actually have a question that is more regarding the presentation of what I experienced as a viewer of your amazing project, by the way. Congratulations. It's incredibly impressive. And
Very much.
The one thing that that I felt was maybe not as well developed as the sound of the video. And I guess I wondered how important was the sound aspect of communicating your idea, your narrative, in order to further illustrate your concept. I noticed a couple of times that there were, aside from your narration, there were a couple of times where there are specific elements of footage that had the original sound file that appeared, and it kind of appeared as a fragment. And then there were other times further on in the presentation where it felt like you had intentionally used the sound as an overlaid feature. And I guess my question to you is, how important is the sound? And secondly, would you consider redeveloping the soundtrack for your presentation in order to incorporate these ideas that are in your concept of development over time, of layering, and incorporating the very physical qualities of construction, deconstruction, and what it is to work with materials? It's textural, and it bridges that virtual gap.
I see Yoni shaking his head a lot around this. Yoni works with soundscape as much as film with our students. Maybe wedded to Alyssa's question, Yoni, do you want to have a word so Boji gets the full attention here on the question of sound?
Please. Sorry, Yoni, you're muted.
Okay, sorry, apologies. I had some technical difficulties, so I've seen your project from the middle, which I'm very sorry about. But I really agreed with what Alyssa said. I think that it's incredibly important, even if it's not usually the first thing we notice, but to have a lot of confidence in the sound and in decisions of sound. And it just puts you as a viewer in a kind of unsure terrain, because sometimes you did use sound nicely. For example, there's a bing in the title. There's like this high pitch, which I think is a nice touch. But then again, suddenly it's random. And some people like me use headphones, and suddenly I had this kind of very strong sound of wind, and that really fights with the voiceover. And it's just really, really, really important sometimes to really have a confident hand in sound and to think your ideas through. And through what Alyssa said, I've also kind of thought about if you can introduce other elements in sound, it could be interesting, that kind of enhance the idea of time travel that you have in your project. Mm-hmm. I mean, maybe it's too imaginative and it's not appropriate, but I like here for the book, the graphic novel here for that Richard Maguire did. I'm sure that it was a main reference for you.
Yes.
And I've always was interested to see in a manifestation of it in a film. I'm really excited by it, but I think you should think more about sound. I agree, and I think it can really enhance. From an experiential point of view, it could really enhance the experience of watching your film, I think.
Yeah, thank you both for your helpful comments. I think exactly. Initially, I did try to use sound to communicate, some ephemeral, environment. For example, when you are in that space, how it transforms over time from a museum to, a building site. You have some noise coming over, and then it become, or the construction finish, you have, more, birds or wind blow or people singing, and so on and so on. How, certain songs, certain music related to specific activity can help you to understand the transformation of the space. And I think the way how I, add this voiceover in is probably especially problematic, not only about the quality, but also probably about how I engage with the space. Probably I should try not only using those sounds, but also try to edit my voice. For example, I'm speaking in that space, how, different space can have different echo, different effect. I think that might help, bring people into that space much better. And also, I think probably the consistent of this sound strategy is not good enough, because I have part of descriptive presentation and part of this kind of short film or animation, which is more ephemeral. Probably I need to, maybe it's a better idea to change between two people, saying different thing in different space. That's probably more dramatic rather than everything I speak by a single person. Maybe that's...
I'm not sure you're right
Not sure?
about that one. No, it might just create more variance, more confusion. I think what you need is a unified idea that unified collects it all, but it bring it all together rather than adding little bits and bobs that might just confuse more. Because some places might be very, very wet in sound-wise, and they might take the attention of the viewer to places that they're not necessarily need to go. That's my opinion. That's my humble opinion. Sorry.
I second you on that. I liked the consistent overall narrator of a singular voice. And I suppose what you're trying to do essentially in your presentation is introduce very literal and practical ideas and, solutions, as well as presenting your vision, which is more conceptual, and it's more about engaging with people's emotions. And I wonder if the soundtrack could be layered with both those elements that have the transitions moving between. So it could be like, what is the conceptual feeling that you're trying to capture? What point of emotion are you trying to bring your audience to feel by the time that they reach the end? And then incorporate these more textural, literal, spatial-based sounds. That's just an idea.
I see. Probably more...
Could I just intervene for a second? But surely the sound and the image have to work together in complete symbiotic harmony. They support one another. I mean, the whole illusion of film is based on sound and visual movement. And if we kind of look at the movement in your presentation, there were various forms of movement, but a lot of it was very still and not animated and not showing, there was a sketch piece, chunk of your presentation in which you showed a rapid transformation of a sedimentation over a piece of city. And we saw something like Gandhi's Bank of England or Pompeii revealed before, but then there were other bits like this sort of accumulated brutalist structures, which were actually, as I said, not only heavy, but they were also very still. Mm-hmm. And even if you're not going to do a sort of complete CGI job on this, which I think is probably beyond your resources and time and money and all the rest of it, but there are ways of creating a sort of layered animation that keep your your basic thesis alive through the presentation from start to finish. I mean, essentially, you're making a film, and therefore it needs to use all the sort of movie magic that you have at your disposal. And I say again, I think the sound is a very, very important part of it, but it's no good without the visual side of it to work with it. You need a vision for both.
Maybe it's a good moment, Boji, to bring Mark and Sebastian into conversation. And maybe, Boji, could we ask you to go back to the early point of the film? Because I, too, was taken by the sketch animation, just to review
That's
that.
the one I meant.
That's a theme for subsequent commentary from Mark and Sebastian.
I wonder whether there's a sort of slight issue here about, there's the nature of the past year where everyone has to do a kind of 5-minute video presentation of their project. And then there's the actual sort of presentation or movie of the film. And maybe that's getting blurred. So actually what we're seeing is your sort of mandatory 5-minute video presentation that everyone has to do regardless of whether they're using film or not. And actually what we want to see, or what we're trying to talk about, is a filmic presentation of your project, which you do and present at an open table regardless, if that makes sense. And maybe the problem is that they've got blurred because of this requirement the last year of having to present everything online in 5 minutes. So maybe that's where there's a kind of confusion here. But I think there are some fascinating issues with narrative you've raised here. I mean, the fact that you have a narrator, I mean, there is this ambiguity of whether you intended that or whether you're just sort of presenting your project in a way that the AA requires for last year. But there is very explicitly a narrator taking us on this journey, and you have clearly demarcated chapters, but you don't have a kind of conclusion. It's sort of very open-ended, which is kind of nice. It's not like, you reach the end of the story, or at least I read it that way. And I think that's very nice about your project, very intriguing. And it ties into how you represent it as well. And there's this sort of montage style of accumulations in how you're kind of reusing these buildings. They kind of half montaged with sort of this sort of composite new building material, and sort of some similar pseudo brutalist style and some not, with a different range of sort of bits of materials. But very, very interestingly, it's also quite empty. And I really like that, the fact that you've got this kind of tension of, okay, capitalism's gone crazy and we're still going to be building, but actually maybe it's partly sort of ambiguous who we're building for, and it's kind of, we're building for the non-human. There's this kind of rewilding going. I mean, you have that rendering with the squirrel front and center, and a few figures lurking in the background. And actually it's not about this endless growth, endless densification, endless building upwards, that we see constantly in any vision of the future. And actually it's more a kind of subtle, more thoughtful reuse, retreats, ambiguous way of how we're actually living, and whether we actually play much of a role in the world anymore in your vision of 2150. And I think that's really interesting and really powerful. But I was wondering if you could speak more a bit about your idea of narrative in this, and that idea of montage within that, when your narrative itself is a very sort of one of continuity, building these chapters, which is quite open-ended at the end. That was kind of a question, Boji. Sorry, it was poorly phrased.
Well, I was wondering in the beginning of your comments, you were talking about narrator. I was really wondering about your views about, how different format of the narrator, how I can take this opportunity of this narration to make the projects more ephemeral.
Well, I mean, one way is to I guess it goes back to that fundamental question of like, is this your presentation to the jury as mandated by your jury critics?
Yes,
or is this a film about your project?
Actually, both. So so first of all, it's a presentation and some films and animation embedded. I think that's the answer of that question. And then I try to use a consistent voiceover, to go through both the narration within the animation, within the short film, within the animated time-based drawing, but also the larger picture, the context of the project.
Because in some ways, to answer your question briefly, it could easily be a kind of sort of mock you marketing video that you're presenting here, because there's something very playful about this sort of model of this new form of architecture that we should all adapt, and you're almost sort of selling this sort of urban sedimentology. It's a sort of special offer on urban sedimentology, and this is the promise. And I think there's something you're playing into a lot of interesting tropes there, where you work from the kind of architect sketch to renderings, to moving through renderings, panning, with a bit of sort of sound overlay to draw us into the life of those, but with this clearly sort of built argument, which is very propositional about this idea. So that's one way of going, where it becomes less about here's a presentation and more here's my sales pitch. And I think that would be, for me, the video within your presentation, the film within your presentation. Obviously that's only one way to go, but yeah, if you could speak to your ideas about narrative briefly and that montage, I think that would be really, really helpful.
Mm-hmm.
You used the word palimpsest yourself. Mark's talked about montage. There's moments of collage and archaeology, spolia, all the rest. I think it goes back to something we were picking up early days, and Nigel pointed to if the Bank of England is about ruination, and that captures a certain sensibility or time, this image you have on screen now makes more sense. That your take, when Nigel asked, why isn't the future about kinetic and vacillating and lighter structures? It seems to me we're still operating in that sense of ruin, or the sedimentary is about the same sorts of things Gandhi was after in that image of the Bank of England in some strange way. And that's an interesting take, Boji, like that for you, that's about how you would mark time or how you would talk about sedimentation. Sebastian, you might have a different take on this question of montage.
Boji, thank you very much for presenting the project. It was very interesting. I just, I guess, the comments that have already been given to you, covered a lot of the, the main points, right? But I think, for me, it's always about representation and kind of, image making that responds to sort of narrative, right? So I think, if we look at these images here, Nigel earlier said that, there's a sort of solidity or brutalist feel, right, to the architectural language of these images and the drawings that you've made. And for me, brutalism is locked in a very specific time. Those sort of structures, they kind of remind me of they have a certain time that's essentially stamped on these structures, right? But I think that's not to say that the project can't embrace that sort of heaviness. And I just think that if we look at the terms like bricolage and a sort of combination of different structures and fragments, we're really looking for textural quality, we're really looking for bits and pieces that we can almost recognize from that surrounding area. So, I live quite close to the museum, but, there's a mixture of high-tech architecture, glass and steel, there's a mixture of a complete, different layers of decades of architectural, language in London. So I think, for me, that's kind of what I'm looking for, in these sort of projects, a sort of, Gordon Matter Clark treatment two surfaces, and combination, or like, even if you think like, Wang Shu's Ningbo Museum, where it kind of combines all these different fragments. So I think, that's really the, just going back to the notion of montage, for me, like an image can, especially for this kind of project, can essentially act as like a montage of all these different fragments, whether they're 3D scanned or kind of properly modeled to actually resemble like a specific detail or, architectural fragment in that that's like specific to that area, So I think like, if it's not so much about animation, right, and animating kind of dynamic progression and, construction of something, then, it's like looking at a static building and starting to see the traces, of like, the lines, the different types of materials. Like if you look at the Roman wall, you very much see that sort of construction, on top of all those ages. So I guess, I mean, that's just something to think about. But it's thank you very much for the presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much for the comments and suggestions.
I think you've absolutely within the cultural framework of this particular time about the importance of the reuse of materials and reconsideration of demolition, all of those subjects which are absolutely key to the way that architecture moves forward. In fact, I've been writing just in the last days about the importance of kind of paying attention to what exists and being respectful and creative about how to evolve what already exists into what we might need in the future without demolition. And so I really sympathize with the subject matter, and and do certainly compliment you on the amount of work you've done. If anything, as a final comment from me, I would say that you need to sort of compact it all, and as if you'd written a book of 100,000 words, and then you were asked by your publisher to write 2 or 3 pages on what your book is about. I think you need to take stock of what you've done and sort of, I know you're not going to do it because it's last year's project, but that's what I would do, at least before I move on to the next thing. I would sort of give like if you had to invent something, a short movie, a 3-minute YouTube movie overnight, how would you convey these ideas in a slightly looser, freer, more dynamic, more movie-oriented language? And anyway, compliments. I take my hat off to you.
On that,
thank you very much, Nigel.
Well, thank you, Boji, for presenting today. I think you've had some great comments, and
Yes, exactly.
And now another project to do, which is always nice. So we'll turn to Camilla Recce presenting for Ground Lab, a research branch of the AA, the Green New Deal, Glasgow, Mexico City, Socio Hydrological Models, and the work of Ground Lab. Camilla.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. Let me share my screen first. So my name is Camila, and I'm currently a research consultant at AA Ground Lab, as Mark was mentioning. We're worked on 2 other projects that I will be presenting today. So the Mexico City Hydrological Model, which was done in collaboration with the British Geological Survey and the Center for Advanced Spatial Analysis at UCL, and the Green New Deal in Glasgow, done in collaboration with the Commonwealth. The current warming planet is the consequences of actions that happened years ago and some that are happening now. Some of these previous actions stretch back hundreds of years, like for example, the carbon emitted since the dawn of the Industrial Revolution. And as I was saying before, others are happening now. This basically means that we're accumulating the past and present into the future. And in this sense, Ground Lab is interested in developing a practice where alternatives to the climate crisis require an awareness of this historical relationship between humans and nature to understand their impact into the landscapes that we inhabit today. Based on this, the projects presented today investigate scenarios where existing strategies and policies, such as those coming from the Green New Deal or the potential Green New Deal, can be projected from the past and present into the future to visualize their impact and help mitigate the climate crisis. They also both explore the website as a means for communicating the project and as a time-based media, guiding the way the user experiences the interaction through a storytelling method that establishes and controls the sequence in which the project is read and understood. The idea for today is to show these websites directly as if we were a user going through the different parts. But for this, an important aspect of both of the projects is that they're the result of a very strong and intensive feedback and conversation with local stakeholders, in which they gave context, laid out the approach, and inputted knowledges into the methodology, and also highlighted the specific needs and conditions for each project. So starting with the Mexico City Socio Hydrological project, we're going to go through the website directly. The project proposes to study how the implementation of comprehensive and inclusive sustainable solutions can mitigate and decrease vulnerability in the city. Vulnerability is evaluated through an indicator-based methodology that results in the Socio-Hydrological Vulnerability Index that we see here. It basically integrates water stress and the adaptive capacity of households to face current and future challenges of water supplies. So the more stressed an area is and the less adaptive capacity it has, the more vulnerable it is. It's evaluated both now and projected into a scenario in the future to understand what would happen if no action were to be taken to mitigate the climate crisis. Then the impact of decentralized sanitation is analyzed in both scenarios by distributing constructed wetlands, a prototype of constructed wetlands across the city through a methodology that inputs the areas with highest risk and assesses different schemes for optimizing resilience. And the results are published in an online interactive tool that we will see now that aims to support decision-making. So the interactive tool is also organized to guide the user through the different parts, as we see here on the left, starting with an introduction where one can see the current socio-hydrological vulnerability of the city and change from the scenario now to compare to the scenario in 2050, which is a projection based on population, land use, and climate change that basically evaluates how much more vulnerable the city becomes if nothing is done to mitigate increasing pressures. As we see here, these are the dark blues are the least vulnerable areas and the dark red are the most vulnerable areas. So we see how much more vulnerable the city becomes. If the user hovers over the map, they can check the vulnerability for each neighborhood, and all the neighborhoods are also organized on the right from most vulnerable to least vulnerable so as to be able to compare. As mentioned before, the SHI or Socio-Hydrological Index is composed of two parameters, which are the water stress index and the adaptive capacity index. And both are the result of weighing different parameters that you see here. These are constructed through data sets that are uploaded by governmental authorities. So in the second step, expert and community perspectives, the user can interact with the tool by viewing the vulnerability from different perspectives. This basically allows the creation of different scenarios by varying the weightings of these parameters that I was mentioning before. So we have a stakeholder perspective, which was done by interviews with stakeholders. And then we have an environmental perspective, which gives more importance to, for example, the natural capacities of the city. And a social perspective, which gives more importance to the economics and human capacities of the city. Going back to the stakeholder perspective. the third step, the user can distribute the constructed wetlands throughout the city according to different budgets, as we see here. The distribution system prioritizes the areas with greatest vulnerability and feasibility of implementation, and basically determines the number or the square meters of constructed wetlands that will be implemented for each budget. These can also be understood and in relation to the topic as a strategy through time that first prioritizes the areas where executing constructed wetlands will have most impact. Then for each budget, the specific benefits are highlighted on the bottom left here. So for example, in Benito Juarez, which is a neighborhood, the 40,000 square meters of constructed wetlands will affect approximately 80,000 people and 20,000 homes. And then we see, for example, the liters of water that are filtered, the amount of plants that can be produced, and the amount of jobs that can be produced. And these are the specific benefits that influence the vulnerability directly, as we will see now in the fourth step. So in relation to this and based on these impacts, the SHI is recalculated to evaluate how much vulnerability decreases in relation to the scenario without constructed wetlands, which is budget 0. So this is done for the different budgets, and the decrease on each neighborhood depends on the number of constructed wetlands in each budget. Constantly, the user can change from 2020 to 2050. For example, this is the impact of constructed wetlands in 2020, and this is the impact on 2050. This is important because it visualizes the urgency of the situation, because if they're implemented now, as we see here, the effects on resilience are much greater than if they're implemented in 2050, where they will be much less effective due to late action. So the city is much more vulnerable if the wetlands are starting to be implemented in 2050. To conclude a little bit this online tool, the aim is that it can be used by government authorities to support decision making and basically analyze the areas which are most risk and where we should intervene first. These types of projects, of course, occur in time and should be updated as new data is developed. And since it's published online, the live data can potentially be updated by a specialized team every time, for example, a new survey is developed, or when public opinion changes, or to support the implementation of specific policies and technologies. Going back to the general website very quickly, we continue to scroll down and we can read the whole process and methodology of the development of the tool through the visualization of cartographies that show both the results that we just saw today, but also the percentage of the population in each vulnerability category for the scenarios. This we see in all of the scenarios that we have just explained. And going forward a little bit, the website ends with the urgency of the situation. And this basically allows us to quantify the urgency of the situation by analyzing the amount of population in each category if constructed wetlands are implemented in 2020 versus if they're implemented in 2050. So the user can swipe through time and check how many people live in each category in each of the municipalities. Just as a very quick data, if implemented in the future, constructed wetlands won't be able to place any people in the least vulnerable categories. But if implemented now, this allows 23% of the total population to be in these categories, which is affecting positively more than 2 million people. The website ends with this comparison to show the immediacy and the urgency that has to be considered by stakeholders, since delaying action will greatly influence results. Going to the other project, the Green New Deal Glasgow, it's also a website that's organized to guide the user through the project. This project basically sets out to envisage how a Green New Deal-led recovery could transform the city of Glasgow. And it has an aim to stimulate discussion and generate policy ideas through providing images around what a transformative change could look like in 3 different scales. So an aerial view, a street view, and a sectional view. When we click on these views, it guides us to the tab for each view. It allows the user to scroll down and view the transformation of the city in these 3 different scales. So we're going to go through each of them. The aerial view, for example, shows the process in 4 steps. So as you scroll down, it's as time is passing and showing the different interventions through time. So first, reinforcing, expanding, and restoring the natural systems. Then the drawing on local resources as sustainable sources of energy. Then transforming deliric sites into green infrastructure. And finally, a tight-knit infiltration of green and blue networks. It's what the city would look like if certain Green New Deal policies are implemented. In a similar way, we can see this process at the street view. So this is the current street view or what it looks like now. And as we scroll down, we can see the comparison of the current street view and what would happen if projected into the future by following certain Green New Deal policies. So for example, it compares the current street section where cars reign supreme, or it's a public realm built and adapted that prioritizes cars. But a Green New Deal-led recovery could create a continuous landscape that makes walking the obvious choice to get around the neighborhood. So basically with permeable pavement, expanded pavements, as we see here, additional level crossings or separated cycle lanes. For example, we also compare the current inactive street fronts with closed shop fronts and with roads lined with parking spaces, with what would happen if life were to be brought back to the streets through the creative of an active and inclusive street life. And the last part, an inert and ineffective groundscape with high CO2 emissions and low ground absorption capacity is compared to what would happen if we create a CO2 negative ground with roads lined with vegetation and green infrastructure and native trees, for example, with deep root systems that can absorb CO2. And finally, in a similar way, the tenement view guides the user through a circuit that shows how these Green New Deal-led policies could transform the traditional tenement of Glasgow. And this is done through six main strategies that include tackling the heat access and inefficiency. See here. Adapting for the climatic and demographic shifts ahead by providing passive strategies of climatization and increasing accessibility for different population. Then the generation of shared space and cooperative management that can become a key source of employment that is both sustainable and rooted in the communities. Also generating shared green space and gardening that provides a community space for gatherings. In the same way, a shared interiors that could house a network of lively community infrastructures. And finally, rethinking water flows and the refuse waste to create a more solid and direct pipeline between the household and the citywide waste management. So to conclude a little bit on the topic, on the time-based media topic, both websites allow the user to interact and view what would be the impact in the future if strategies were implemented to mitigate climate change, and also what would happen if no action were to be taken in the case of Mexico City. And this interaction allows the user to control the pace in which they view the live data and the passing of time. But what the user controls and how the user is guided throughout those sites are all important decisions that were made in the project. So in this sense, the website is not only a way to show the project and communicate the project, but also a project in itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Camilla. This is sitting in a research context, and certainly a generation ago would have been the same content might have been given in a rather dry paper. This is a totally new way of presenting, as you say, Camilla, a project that has different spans of time and lots of different data flows and updates, et cetera. But I'll turn it over to our critics to take this on. Different from the last project in many respects, but the themes you introduced, Camilla, are really compelling. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
I guess I had a quick question, if I may just begin. Well, thank you very much, Camilla. I mean, really, really beautiful representation and such a kind of effective way of showing what could be, very dry policies and making them feel very sort of architecturally real in a way that is accessible as well, which is so important on these issues. I guess my question is, how do you cope with in some ways you set up this kind of binary, like, you don't do this or you do this, and this is the outcome. How did you sort of navigate the issue of the sort of unexpected responses and sort of human agency to the actions that, or the decisions that are made from above? The unpredictable responses people will have. For example, people just leave. Your model kind of assumes, that you have this policy and you'll have these problems, but actually in that process, people might just move out, for example. That's just one example. How did you kind of deal with that those set of issues?
Yeah. For example, in the Mexico City project related to that, so we were in constant relationship and feedback with local stakeholders. They had implemented these wetlands. They had the prototypes that they had already installed. So basically, we were analyzing the results of installing these prototypes and trying to expand them into the methodology of the impact. So basically, trying to analyze different prototypes and things that were already happening and trying to expand that knowledge into the general methodology.
What's the future of the project? I'm really interested. Are you going to layer in more information as it's gathered, or
we have a lot of potentials for the future of the project. For example, what you're saying, the idea is that it can be updated as new data is developed. This was done with a survey. So as new surveys are developed, they can be updated. But also to integrate the sustainability policies in the city with civil protection authorities, for example, in the city of Mexico. Right now, the Green New Deal project, for example, is being shown in the COP26 in an exhibition as future visualizations. And then also in the case of the city of Mexico, it also has the potential to be replicated in different cities, because it's basically a methodology, and depending on the data that you input, you can change the city of where this is analyzed to study what are the most at-risk areas in different parts of the world.
I have a question. It is very different, your work, Camilla, from the last one. But each of the two examples you show are sort of, they're different too, in that the Mexico City one doesn't really deal with the material spaces of architecture. It deals more with the geology and the ground. And the Glasgow one, you've looked at improving the interstitial environment between buildings and how buildings are used, but basically assume that buildings might stay the same. So in the Mexico, going back to the Mexico example, how does your modeling take account of development of new architecture? Because I've been to Mexico City and it's huge, scary, and I imagine that development is has up to now gone ahead with little regard for whether there's enough water to reach people in enormous blocks. So I guess you've thought of this, but I don't understand the dynamics of how you look at the resources to do with water. And I thought that was incredibly clear and accessible and user-friendly. But how does it kind of respond to, say, some huge kind of shopping mall that might be there in 2040 or something? I don't know. I don't know Anyway, that's my question.
Yeah, I think like what you're saying is really interesting. It's kind of like an issue that has to be taken into consideration. I think in the sense of updating the data constantly would be the best way, because the data that we used from Mexico is at the block scale. It basically shows, like, for example, if there's commercial use or if it's a household use. This is the data that we use to distribute the wetlands. But it's true that if, for example, in 2040, there's something else, then a wetland can't be implemented. So I think it's a matter of constantly updating the data in that sense.
But isn't the project about, I mean, both today, because we're talking about time-based media, and part of that's to do with presentation, but part of it is to do with the content of your project. So, of course, a city like Mexico City is by its very nature bound to evolve. As Mark says, people might leave, but I doubt it somehow. I mean, that's just, of course, capitalism could collapse and the existing models and the population could half die of COVID. Who knows? But the likelihood is that capitalist society will adapt to new ways of making profit. We don't necessarily know how that's going to happen. And our business as architects is really is going to be linked to the continued creation of spaces, whether they're based, like Boji suggested, on reuse of the old or what. But it's sort of unlikely that it's going to go backwards, because people can't make money out of going backwards. So the evolutionary aspect of the content of your project is surely quite fundamental to it, whether for today's presentation or not, even in its own terms.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think it's really important. Like, for example, one of them, to do this distribution of constructed wetlands, one of the data that we analyzed is the bare areas or the vegetated areas of the city now, so in 2020. And that's constantly changing, as you were saying. So the distribution would change in that way, because basically what we analyze is, well, is there actually space to put these constructed wetlands now? And right now there is, but I think it would have to be like updated depending on how this city is evolving.
I mean, people must really care about water. Is there actually a water shortage that is affecting the people's quality of life already?
Yes.
If you're a poor person, do you have a lack of water?
Yeah, that's one of the things that we analyzed in the water stress, which is basically how much access to water the people have depending on the neighborhoods. So the neighborhoods that were most vulnerable were the ones that had least access to water. Some of them didn't even have connection. So those are where we prioritize putting these wetlands first. But yeah.
A question maybe for Camila and Alfredo. Do you have any quantifiable data or even intuition that this new form of presenting a proposal, the level of feedback and success, in other words, the response to this new form, as opposed to the old reports, right? If this is the new way we communicate aspirations around affecting change, which has legal and social and economic ramifications at large scale, is this the method, not just because we have the technology, but because it's the more effective means of communication and people buy in and support these initiatives because of this new time-based media?
I mean, the website as a time-based media.
Is this not just about being in 2021 and availing ourselves of these things, but is the strategy here, or the success rate, or the fact that you got a grant around this, show us that this is the new and best method of communicating these things if you want results?
Yeah, I mean, personally, I don't know of any like hard data about this, like quantified, but I think sort of intuitively, I think there's I think it has to do with the reach it has. By being online and on the internet, we can reach a lot more people, maybe. So I think it could be related to that. And then also, I think also intuitively, like the interaction allows the user to get more involved or feel more involved in the process by being able to switch between the different parts and kind of like see live the data changes.
Thank you. Other comments from our critics? Alyssa.
Yes, I have a question around promotion and how you intend to communicate this idea, whether, like you're saying, it's to government authorities, but I could also see it being a fantastic educational tool that could be extrapolated upon to the schools within the communities there, built upon that. And I wondered, would you do any like promotional videos that show like the capacity of what this tool can bring? And fantastic project, by the way.
Thank you.
Really, really amazing and impressive research.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we've done some videos. So some like video, we have like short videos of both projects actually. Right now, the Green New Deal is being exhibited in Glasgow as an exhibition. So the video is showing, and then the Mexico City was done in collaboration with it's a British Council grant. So we've sent information to them so that they can distribute. And also during the project, we had a lot of meetings with local stakeholders, which were governmental authorities, where we showed it to them. So those are like the areas where we're distributing them now. If you look at the YouTube, we have them uploaded on YouTube.
Fantastic. I will. No, that's great. Well, you've answered my question. And I guess that would, because I think that even having the demonstration of you going through the site and
yeah, we have that.
Yeah, that's really positive. All right, thank you so much. And I look forward to seeing how these tools can be implemented in the future.
Thank you.
Just a quick one. Yeah, thanks for the presentation. And yeah, like I think I agree that a website as a medium is just kind of, yeah, it's a no-brainer at the moment when it comes to kind of data visualization or interactive platforms and things like that. So I guess like, yeah, I mean, it seems like so many institutions, like organizations, agencies are kind of going down the route of like platform development for like maybe like crowdsource data visualization. Like there have been multiple proposals for like these kind of things. So I guess like because we're also embarking on like a generational shift, like, in terms of like how the internet and how we experience websites. Yeah, like basically web pages are just becoming more and more powerful, right? So I think my only like question is like, yeah, like the future of these platforms and yeah, kind of user interaction. Yeah, obviously, that's something that will be carried on and developed like as you progress, right? But yeah, I mean, things like 3JS, kind of 3D models and 3D representation on web pages seem to kind of bring that level of like interactivity to like a much higher level. And then I think like there are questions of like, like I think UX designers right now are like reducing more and more. So it's like they realize that the hamburger menu is actually like really problematic. A lot of people don't know how to find information about a website because of the drop-down menu. So I think, removing those things and, like keeping a website to its bare bone essentials and like only using a finger to the act of scrolling to kind of visualize information is so intuitive. So yeah, I think yeah, like there's such huge potential for these platforms to kind of actually engage like a much larger audience. And I guess we question, like we have this question all the time, like how do we make this simpler? How do we make this more accessible to all generations? Yeah. But thank you very much for that.
No, thank you.
I have an observation about the use of websites. in my current world, let's say, of design and the use of design in spaces in homes, websites are on the decline because people look more at Facebook or whatever it's called now, Meta or something, and they look at Instagram and they look at TikTok and they look at stuff like that. Or maybe this is more appropriate for your project. Perhaps it should be an app.
Yeah.
Because an app, apps have become sort of indispensable part of our phones, but websites are sort of thought of as a bit, I don't know if you agree, Sebastian, I'm sticking my neck out here, but they're a bit clunky.
I agree with you completely. I don't think that that shift is happening now, but there's definitely going to be a return to it, right? Like Tim Cook came out last year saying that apps won't exist in 10 years.
So what will replace them then? So we go back to websites.
Yeah, basically like websites will kind of be I mean, this is just a prediction. Like we never know how things will go, right?
Why will apps not exist in 10 years' time?
Well, because you have to download it, you have to sign up for something, it's like the immediacy isn't quite as immediate as putting a link in and just visiting a website. So I think that's the kind of, app development is also really difficult, right? You need to get it approved. You need to, go through like so many vetting stages for it. So I think like that's probably the push for it. But I wouldn't know. I just this is basically.
Well, that's the conversation, isn't it? That is kind of, arises from exactly this thing about accessibility, using all the things you said about being user-friendly are absolutely fundamental. And, you need to be able to use it on a mobile phone because we looked at it on our laptops, but most people would be looking at it with this.
Yeah, definitely.
Or whatever this is going to be. It might be in our glasses or, stuff in our ears or whatever it is. It's the platform and the usability are kind of key questions because, some of your maps are incredibly detailed. And it is a question that is legitimate to ask even now is how would you use it on a phone?
No, yeah, I agree. I think what you're saying is really important. Maybe it's not that thought of right now because of the reasons that you were saying, but I think, I don't know, that's why the platform itself is sort of like a project. I mean, it's not only to show the project, but it is a project. So we have to think about it that way, I think. So with everything you're saying, so how would you view the images? Also how you would interact, because right now we have like a left and right, but maybe on the phone that would be a tab or I don't know. I think it's really important.
Well, I do notice, I often look at an Italian newspaper online and the Guardian online, and I'm one of those proverbial Guardian readers, but the Guardian's charts and diagrams are incredibly basic looking. They're slightly interactive, but the Corriere della Sera diagrams are sort of cute, they're like what we used to find in kids' encyclopedias. They're diagrams that illustrate processes in a charming and very didactic way. They're kind of two opposite ways of communicating similar data, like maps with COVID outbreaks and all that kind of stuff, or how some new engineering project is going to work, or how a heist took place and who was where at what particular moment. There are such different ways of representing the same information. And I think that is an interesting conversation about communication, whether it's moving or not. In fact, most communication students at the Royal College of Art were doing moving things, not just doing flat artwork. It's a whole kind of area of expertise, which is constantly moving forward.
Yeah.
I just had one quick thing to add. I mean, does I mean, in that sense of trying to make it more individual and relatable, maybe it does sort of beg for a bit of augmented reality here. And if you're going to engage with the mobile phone, maybe that's a way for people on the ground to use AR and be like, oh, that's the implication. I'm going to have water up to here, or this won't exist. That will look different. This will be changed in this way in a very immediate and sort of lively, digestible way. And I wonder whether also there's an element where you can then also engage people through their kind of lived experience of what's actually happening now, and have that uploaded to the site as these moments, these snapshots of actual human stories of the realities on the ground, just to sort of enrich bits of what is very powerful and very clearly represented, and with these beautiful kind of architectural drawings, but just to sort of get these nice snapshots, which will enable your imagination to fill in the rest and really kind of personalize it and make it very humanly relatable, I think.
I second that, Mark. Just wanted to note, because that's something I also thought about. If you think about the 5 questions, the question of who is it for? And I think there is a space, like Mark says, to bring on the kind of at the moment, the first Mexico City project seems like it's for very much for government use as well, because those government people will be the ones that can actually implement the objectives of the site. And with your Glasgow, but by the way, they're both amazing. They're both beautiful and elaborate and beautiful. But with the Glasgow one, I felt there was a bit more of that talking to, and the right height to the people in the street, because there was this lovely, charming people and the houses, and there was more. And the other one was a bit more distant. Other than that, there's not much I could add to the conversation. But that's what I've kind of noticed. So the question of who is it actually for interests me when I watched you talk about it. Who is it for, in your opinion?
I think I agree with you. Like, the first one has this more of an aim for government authorities to determine, well, what are the most at-risk areas? Where should we intervene first? And sort of give that information to government authorities. It's true that it's a little bit like distant from the population itself because of the maps and because of what we're showing. And the second one could have that reach because of having like a street view, which is something that the population can relate to, maybe.
It's some amazing opportunity here, Camilla, to widen the conversation and not just talking about time-based media, but as Nigel and Mark have put forward, ramifications of platform and indeed hardware. But I see Anna Dwyer's joined us, and would want to turn over to a presentation from postgraduate program, Sustainable Environmental Design. And Anna, your work couldn't be more timely given what the headlines have been holding for the last week. So we look forward to hearing about your project.
Thank you, everyone, for the comments.
Thank you, Camilla.
Good job.
All right. Great. I can share my screen. Okay. Can everyone see my screen okay and hear me all right?
Yes and yes.
Okay, perfect. So hello, everyone. Thanks for having me, first of all. My project is called Sustainably Regenerating Levittown, a retrofit of the prototypical American suburb. And this was my dissertation project for the postgraduate Sustainable Environmental Design program. So I'll start with a bit of background and kind of a brief overview of my research. So the end of the Second World War marked the beginning of a massive housing boom that was really a turning point in American suburbanization. Millions of people moved to these mass housing developments on the outskirts of American cities, and the nation became a country of primarily suburban dwellers. And Levittown, New York, was one of the first developments that really kicked off this era of unsustainable, sprawling housing communities. And today, houses of this era still make up a very significant portion of the current US housing stock. And unfortunately, there are many sustainability issues inherent not just to the design of the houses, but also the master planning of their communities that makes it all kind of long overdue for a retrofit. When these suburbs were built, they were intended for the white middle-class nuclear family without really being flexible to other types of family arrangements. And today, the population of US suburbs is rapidly growing, aging, and diversifying, with the nuclear families today making up less than 20% of households nationwide. And this indicates a very pressing need for not just more housing, but also more diverse housing. So looking at the climate, heating is the main concern in this area, with average daily temperatures dropping below 0 in the winter. And at the same time, very high solar radiation values indicate very good potential for passive solar heating. And in the context of future climate change, the average annual temperature is predicted to rise by nearly 4 degrees under the A2 climate scenario by the year 2080, which indicates that overheating could become more of a concern in the future. You see the future climate represented here in red, the data from the past 10 years represented in blue, and that green is kind of the comfort band. So in the future, overheating becomes much more of a concern. And then lastly, the study of a house of the same era and climate provided insight into the materials and performance of existing houses at Levittown. And this study provided the groundwork for base case analytic work. So the goal of the design was to reimagine a more sustainable future for American suburbs using Levittown as a prototype for redevelopment. And it required a multi-scalar approach, looking from the scale of the house through the street all the way up to the scale of the neighborhood. And the idea was that just as Levittown was the prototype for suburban development across the country in the early 50s, so could its regeneration then become a model for retrofitting suburbs in the future. So beginning with the house, the idea was to provide a framework for densification over time rather than a single solution. It allows for flexibility where certain areas can develop to higher density levels than others, and recommendations could be made based on the occupants or based on the orientation. So this is the typical Levittown house. It's a 4-bedroom, 1-bath house located on a 60 by 100-foot lot. It's lightweight wood frame construction built on uninsulated concrete slabs. Base case simulation results revealed an annual heating load of roughly 188 kilowatt hours per meter squared, with a pretty significant heating period stretching from the end of September through May. And without any heating, there are only about 4 months a year where temperatures indoors could reach the comfort zone. And generally, there wasn't a significant risk of overheating even in the summer. So the first phase would be the refurbishment. So existing houses are refurbished through combinations of material upgrades and passive solar design strategies. So this version still only caters to larger families with an expanded second floor, providing opportunities for multi-generational living. And in looking at the retrofit, I began by looking at modern building codes and trying to understand how these buildings would perform if construction was upgraded to comply with current New York State standards, ASHRAE standards, and also ENERFIT criteria. And I found that upgrading to ENERFIT targets was about twice as effective at reducing the annual heating load as compared to upgrading to only New York State standards. And then additional energy saving measures such as night shutters, increased south glazing, and a sun space could bring that heating load down even farther. So this summarizes the results of my thermal simulations with a bit more detail. I focused on the refurbishment of a south-facing building, upgrading U values of the building components mainly by keeping the existing structure where possible and adding additional insulation. And then again, the combination of these additional energy saving measures could potentially bring the heating load down to only about 12 kilowatt hours per meter squared, with the greatest percent of that additional reduction attributed to the addition of this street-facing occupiable sun space. So these graphs consider the fundamental refurbishment proposals. So you can see how this has both reduced the heating period, but also resulted in some potential overheating issues in the summer. And this mainly occurs when outdoor temperatures exceed the upper threshold of thermal comfort, but it happens quite infrequently, so it's not a huge issue. However, that changes in the context of future climate change. So this graph compares the performance of that refurbished home using recent climate data represented by these dotted lines, and then also performance under the future climate change scenario for 2080 represented by the solid lines. And with an average annual temperature rise of nearly 4 degrees, these overheating hours rise from only about 6% across the year to nearly 20% of all hours across the year, which is no small issue. But I did find that this could be controlled. So I took here a week from the hottest month in August, where I was able to keep indoor temperatures within the comfort zone by simulating the use of nighttime ventilation, and then also closing exterior shades when the solar radiation levels are very high. And so the combination of these two adapted measures was able to keep those overheating hours under control. So here I have some visualizations. This is the exterior of that south-facing refurbished home with that sun space. And so the results of my simulation showed that having the sun space did reduce the annual heating load, but there's also a risk of overheating when solar radiation levels are high. So I've provided these adjustable wood screens on the exterior of the operable glazing that allows the space to collect solar gains when they're beneficial to the home, but also these screens could slide shut to limit them when they're not beneficial. And during the warmer months, that sun space can act as an extension of the interior living space, while also providing a more agreeable environment for growing plants across the rest of the year. And on the floor above, the sun space could also provide privacy for the street-facing bedrooms, which would be even more beneficial in areas as they become more dense. And then glazing on the north side is more limited with more even lighting for, in this case, a home office. The next phase of the project would be the densification. So the idea is that because each lot repeats, a modular addition can be developed to slide into the residual space on the existing lot. It's important to minimize overshadowing during the heating period when buildings could take advantage of the high solar radiation values in this region. So these studies show that different massing options could be better suited to different orientations. So for a south orientation, a building addition that's far enough in front, which could eventually evolve into a form of terrace housing, might be better, whereas in an east-west facing orientation, a linear addition that kind of sticks out and takes advantage of those southern solar gains might be better. And so this shows those phases of densification in plan. So again, those modular building additions that work with the repeating lot sizes. And then as density grows, those buildings can then be broken apart into multiple housing units. Here, a street-facing structure is added, which could become a live-work unit or a flex space for an office or workshop or some other program that's being introduced into the neighborhood. In addition here, that it becomes a 2-bedroom apartment, again, with that kind of flexible strip space towards the street. And the form would be such that it wouldn't block solar access, even with the lowest winter sun. The roofs are all shaped to the ideal solar panel angle. Rather than creating an attic, I've added an occupiable outdoor space with retractable shading on the north side to protect from the hot sun in the summer. And then a 3-story stairwell with ventilative openings with potential to act as a passive stack. And for the new construction, in terms of thermal performance, I tested a few different standards, and ultimately I found that insulating to a slightly lower standard than the passive house criteria might be preferable given the risk of overheating in the context of future climate change. So then the final summary comparing the performance of the existing home in orange to the refurbished home in red, and ultimately to the new construction in blue. The refurbished homes are able to meet the EnerPHit target of 25 kilowatt hours per meter squared, and the new construction is able to meet the passive house target of 15. So moving on to the next level, the next scale, we have the street. So I proposed a new approach to the idea of front and backyard that could reduce lot size and also free up space for public use. So the front yard, which acts as the buffer between the private house and the public street, fulfills that function as the street-facing sun space. The truly private outdoor space of the backyard becomes the private and protected central courtyard. This frees up space behind the house, which could be used for any number of public functions. And in terms of the public street space, the road is narrowed to its minimum width, made more cyclist and pedestrian friendly. And overall, even though private outdoor space is reduced, the space that remains is very diversified, providing a variety of more comfortable options at different points throughout the year, from the sunnier courtyard to the enclosed sun space to the shaded north-facing roof terraces. So here we have the existing street with the repeating lots that repeats across the development. So the first level of development, I imagine, would exist on the peripheries of the town. So lot sizes are reduced across the board. Housing is refurbished, but largely unchanged. The typology still being relevant to larger families. The reclaimed backyards are reclaimed by nature, encouraging plant and animal biodiversity, and also reducing expanses of environmentally unfriendly lawns. Along the street, you have new bicycle lanes, the sidewalks with wide planting strips to protect them from vehicle traffic, electric charging stations installed in driveways on narrower roads, and speed bumps to reduce traffic speeds. Then in the middle zone, houses are refurbished and also given additions, becoming larger multi-generational houses, or broken down into 2 to 3 apartments. And part of that addition is that flexible street-facing space, which could serve as garages, studios, workshops, home offices. Existing private backyards are released for public services, such as community gardens or food production. And then that street space still provides the same, planting strips, bicycle lanes, sidewalks. And then lastly, the highest level of density, which would take over the new mini town centers. So again, similar street strategies. The housing now has evolved into what could be terraced housing, broken down into multiple apartments, including senior-friendly units. And due to that higher density and the reduction of private outdoor space, those reclaimed backyards have become public park spaces. And then the last scale, which is the scale of the neighborhood, these are the town limits of Levittown, New York. Currently, almost all commercial properties and businesses are located along a single commercial strip. And this is a commuter town, so offices are located even beyond the limits of this page. And so the idea would be to create new mini town centers that would introduce the kinds of programs that are currently very isolated, so that one could fulfill the tasks of daily life within a 20 to 30 minute walking distance. And each new mini town is centered on an existing school, as these are all already roughly 30 minutes walking distance apart. So within that new mini town, you have, of approximately half-mile diameter, you have about 520 houses. And at the average annual heating load that I was researching in my simulations, that means that this one site has a predicted annual heating load of almost 11 million kilowatt hours a year. So then, assuming all houses are refurbished to the levels that I was testing, the total annual heating load can be reduced to about 1,600,000 kilowatt hours a year, which is equivalent to roughly a reduction of nearly 2 million kilograms of CO2. And then I also found that if you cover each south-facing roof in solar panels, the site could generate more than enough electricity than is needed to provide that energy needed for heating. And then this also illustrates these levels of housing diversification within these rings. And the idea is that a significant portion of the housing would remain single-family detached units because there is and always will be a demand for this type of housing in the United States. However, the densification of the central towns and the introduction of these new housing types allows people that wouldn't otherwise be able to live in these suburbs to live there. And then I also believe that it would benefit the existing residents. It provides greater justification for the introduction of new programs within walking distance of the existing homes. It also involves the redevelopment of public space, which would be a very, I think, significant contribution. Whereas before you only had isolated parks, you now have pedestrian and cyclist friendly streets, you have allotment gardens, you have new green routes that would run throughout the town, and it provides a much more diverse system of open space and more opportunities for fostering, I think, a sense of community. And then I suppose in summary, and then in keeping maybe with the theme of this jury, I think that time was a very significant player in this project as a retrofit of a historically very significant housing project. I think that it was very heavily tied to the past, but at the same time, and especially considering themes such as future climate change and what a post-COVID world might look like, I tried at least to bring it into the future as well. And I think that was maybe a new way of thinking for me, and that I learned a lot in doing so. It helped me think of the project not as of my work as something suspended in time, but as something, that's part of something much larger and something that, should keep evolving and growing with the people long after I'm, no longer involved. So yeah, that's it. Thank you for listening.
And thank you for presenting so clearly. Over to our critics for discussion. Mark.
Anna, thank you very much for a really interesting, rich presentation and a lot of very thorough work done there as well. Could you speak briefly to, I know you teased at it, but speak briefly to how you imagine the future of work playing into this? Because you talked about, the potential units could be a work pod or, group activity area, but that broader vision is still that people would be commuting by some sort of vehicular means outside of Levittown. Is that the predominant way, or
at the moment it's a commuter town, so these developments were all built on kind of the outskirts of major cities, so people who live there, typically, I know I grew up in a very similar community. My father took the train into New York City 2 hours every morning and every evening. And I think that, I think coronavirus has shown that it's very possible to get the same work done living from home. And I believe that in the future, people's, standards will change and maybe people will be less willing to, commute for so long every day. And I think that, providing housing that gives people space to work from home, and for those that maybe couldn't afford an apartment with a home office, an arrangement that allows for flex spaces, for co-working spaces. I think that's quite important and something that's not currently offered in these suburbs. And I think as well, with people hopefully working more from home in the future, they may look to have the kind of amenities that are currently missing from their communities as they spend kind of more time at home. I think that also will become much more important. So that's where I was kind of trying to develop these kind of new programs inserted into the existing communities.
Yeah, because I guess it's a key issue of adaptability, isn't it? Where we're trying to still be architects and design for these possible futures in specific ways possible, but also be very flexible and adaptable and provide adaptability so it can still function in the medium to longer term. And I think there's easily that binary argument we slip into now where then no one wants a commute and actually they can work from home. But I think actually a lot of people really value the commute as this kind of timeout zone, and you can actually get a lot of focused, different type of work or different type of sort of mental break, different type of sort of personal time between these two sort of operative modes of living, of sort of so-called work and so-called not work. And I think, it sort of picks up many really important, really vital issues that you're raising about, increasing numbers of sort of single person households, unprecedented highs of those across the Western world, and elsewhere as well, and people wanting to have their own space and being totally happy with that. And so I guess maybe another question is, you're still sort of working on a sort of family physical house model, even though you subdivide it a bit. Was there a reason why you still didn't want to have more isolated structures? Obviously there's a clear efficiency and environmental argument for that, but it seems if you're talking about individual living very much in a sort of more apartment or tenement way, rather than I can live in a single household in a single building with no one else, in a detached way. Is there a particular reason for that?
Well, I think that I tried to include both. I think that a very significant portion of the housing would remain kind of single family detached units, because I think that there definitely is a demand for that. And I think that there always will be a demand for that type of housing. But at the same time, there's very limited space for new development. So, if you need to really increase the amount of housing units to accommodate these new populations that are moving in, people that maybe, might not be able to afford, an entire kind of small home to themselves, I think that it becomes, important to introduce, more options. So be it, in terraced housing, smaller apartment units, I think that there's definitely a need for more variety. I think that both are very important.
I'd like to jump in on the subject of diversity. And my departure point for that is Family Guy. Your houses are like the one in Family Guy. And there's a sort of leery old bloke who lives up the road, and there's an old guy who goes hunting after young girls, and there are all sorts of politically incorrect characters. But in certain ways, this does reflect the complexity of society at large, and puts another spin on what we mean by diversity, because as well as gay people and old people and rebellious teenagers, I'm wondering where any of these people are really going to go in your world, because it's all a bit, I hesitate to say it, but it's an evolution of what's there, but it doesn't really address the fundamental weirdness that sits behind a lot of suburban homes. I'm reminded of an archigram project, and I'm probably showing my age by even mentioning archigram. But anyway, Peter Cook did this project called Cheek by Jowl, and I don't know whether you could find it, but essentially it was celebrating the weirdness of suburbia and how it could accommodate a weirdness in the architecture too. But yours is very straight-laced. It's very similar to what's there. And I'd just like to see you sort of break out of that a bit and appeal to different people who had different relationships to society at large, that wanted to push back against conformity.
Okay. Oh, could you repeat the name of the Peter Cook project? I'd like to look it up.
It's called Cheek by Jowl.
Okay.
Which is sort of, he was picking up on the weird English thing, and there's probably the same thing in the States, but the weird English thing of how people, when they own their own homes, or even if they rent them, they suddenly become architects themselves, and they'll stick some ghastly sort of porch over the front door, or change the front door to a fake Georgian one, or kind of have a tree growing out of the roof, or all sorts of things. And I've got a very good example for you as an American. I'm astonished by what happens at Christmas time. And houses like the ones that you have just shown us suddenly have got lights of reindeers flying over the roof, and sort of giant Christmas, Father Christmases in the garden. I mean, it's a riot of madness that is let loose, probably at Halloween as well. But Halloween and Christmas time, I know, because I've seen it with my own eyes.
Yeah, that's definitely a fair point, and definitely something that I can kind of explore more, and the way that I represent the project as well, to show kind of higher levels of.
Can't be, because you are looking at the evolution of a suburban, and I think that's absolutely fair enough. So presumably all the new buildings are made of wood too, but better built than the ones before, so you don't lose such vast amounts of kilowatt hours. I mean, you mentioned 188 kilowatt hours existing, and a target perhaps of 15 or even lower. And that's an astonishing difference between what is currently consumed and what is not. So all of that I really go along with. My problem with your project is that it's sort of zipped up in terms of the completely different opposed dynamics that exist in what people are trying to get out of their community.
Could you elaborate on what you mean by opposed dynamics?
Because the teenage kids, they might disappear to the bedroom. I mean, we've seen it in American TV things and Netflix over and over. There's sort of the diverse desires. So the kids want to smoke pot. Okay, so where are they going to go and smoke the pot? Are they going to go and sort of squat some empty house, or are they going to disappear to the bedroom, or go into the garden? It's hard to imagine, because there isn't any kind of, in your vision, there isn't any sloppy space. There isn't anywhere that isn't sort of accounted for. And in conventional language, in terms of your colored sort of codification of the area, there are youth clubs. There are you didn't include bars, although you probably would include that in leisure and restaurants. But in Family Guy, there's the drunken clam, right? And the funny collection of friends sort of sit around the table habitually, and they've all got different takes on the other characters in the cartoon. It's quite clever, really, I think. And their sort of dynamic is about the different things they're looking for. One might be looking to sort of kind of hoodwink other people and kind of conduct a scam, or the other one might be trying to get off with some other person, or there are a variety of reasons. But is it an unfair question to say that suburban architecture should have room for that kind of, let's say, unpredictable or sort of marginal social activity?
Yeah, I think that
will be emphasized by all the things we talked about, that Mark was talking about with work. Work is one part of it, but if everybody's stuck at home all the time, they're going to go mad. Especially the teenagers, the kids who are really up for sort of being bad. Where do they go?
No, I think that's definitely a very, very fair point. I think that it's, something that would be, vastly different to what's there currently, which are identical houses picked out of a catalog, built on identical repeating streets, all built for the same kind of type of family. And I think that I definitely in my mind, I was trying to provide opportunities for a more diverse population, providing more places for people to go, introducing new programs into the town centers, also in reclaiming some of that outdoor space, reclaiming some of those backyards for different kind of green routes that could run throughout the town, different new public park spaces, because I think that in the current suburbs, there's definitely too few kind of public park areas outside of playgrounds and designated basketball courts, that kind of thing. But I think that definitely you're right. I definitely could maybe still have a way to go, and that's something I could definitely work on developing.
Well, what you don't want people to do is want to leave. You left, right?
That's right.
You're one of the lucky ones. Imagine the ones who can't leave because they can't afford to, or they don't have the education to do so, or they can't afford to have for their families to send them to college. There are all those dynamics which I've kind of, my experience of all of that is really through television.
It was interesting though that in the research I was doing, the problem that I was finding was more the opposite of that. It wasn't so much an issue of people not being able to afford to leave. It was more an issue of a lot of people not being able to afford to live in the suburbs, because it's the most popular. Most people want to live in the suburbs in the United States, and as I was reading something that they predict that there's going to be a surplus of single-family detached housing units in the future as elderly residents move out, because younger generations, it's harder for people now to afford these larger homes. It's harder for young people to buy, and so. That was another reason I thought that it was important to think about, what happens with all of these single family detached houses in the future if you have people aging out of them, and maybe younger people that want to live in the suburbs but can't afford to.
Well, they're all sides of the same coin, aren't they? But I think you need to have a sort of, anyway, that's my penneth, as they say.
Just a very quick follow-up to Nigel's thing. I mean, maybe one way, Anna, to sort of engage with that is to have this sense of sort of scenarios playing out in your kind of future development model, because you show very clearly, okay, one area we're going to do this, one area a bit more dense, one area hyperdense. And actually, if you work at like two opposing scales, one of like, okay, it could develop a bit more like this. It's not going to obviously all happen instantaneously, but on a kind of 5, 10, 15, 30, 50, 60, 80 year basis, you do a kind of maybe animated, maybe not, kind of axon of each of those timescales and 5 different scenarios for each of them, where the young people take over, the old people take over. There's an influx of more of the tech bros. There's an influx of people kind of retreating in their middle age from the city, and so you show how flexible your system is, and then it can cater to these and be adaptive, but still fulfill that overarching kind of efficiency gain and the architectural thought you've got there. And maybe then you also need to jump in at the kind of more micro scale and show how that works in terms of the kind of community building on a kind of more micro neighborhood scale, or where people don't want a community build, because sometimes that's why people move to suburbia, so you can have your picket fence and not have to talk to anyone.
So even what language people are speaking? Are they speaking Spanish or English? That just immediately puts a more complex spin on it, because most people in America, the majority, either already speak Spanish or very soon will. Mm-hmm. And, Mexicans with their sort of drug dealer connections and all that, who knows? It's kind of more complicated. It doesn't all fit neatly into little boxes, is what I'm trying to say. I think Mark's idea is a really good one, because, of course, I don't just want to emphasize the renegades in society, but the elasticity and diversity and sometimes contradictions in society, and your suburban world has to accommodate all of these people. So it's a great idea to bring it down to sort of characters and what they do and how they would live there, and maybe it does go back to Family Guy or stuff like that, because to illustrate it in terms of its inhabitants and the different kinds of people, or sort of taking possible, characters who may have entirely different circumstances. I mean, maybe that's too big to take on, but some kind of change of scale down to real people might be really helpful.
Mm-hmm.
If the idea Mark outlined, the 20, 30, 40-year stance, would allow for different levels of accretion and different phases of improvement, your neighbor might not jump to the double-ply facade as quickly as the other. That might generate, over time, the sloppy space Nigel's asking for. It would be the only space for it. That Levittown isn't just your home or any suburb, it's the suburb, right? So I like the rhetorical flourish of, I'm doing this in Levittown, it's about prototype. Levittown was always about time. The quickness of the construction of Levittown was always the headline. And so there's something about taking on the prototype, but then giving it that time element, decades, and allowing those sort of different moments of expansion to actually get a bit messy. I think Nigel's point is that messiness might be ultimately the saving grace of your system if it's given that span. We're running over time, but Anna, I wanted to say thank you so much for bringing an SED project forward that I know we focused toward the end of your project, the design realization, but the research and the diagrams in front of it informed all of it really, really expertly. So many thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yes, thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm aware I should be offering a comfort break for our critics. And
yes, please.
And I could offer a 5-minute comfort break, and we'll come back to look at Cindy's work from Communication and Media Studies. So we'll see you around 20 past, 21 past. Cindy Doyaka, presenting work from not a postgraduate program or a unit, but a core studies, Communication and Media Studies, Cindy. We're pleased you could present today, and over to you.
Thank you so much for having me. I will just share a screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So as Mark mentioned, it's a core study project, so it's quite a short-term project. So it's called Consequential Spaces, and the brief basically was to explore space through narrative in the format of a comic book, which I found really interesting because I believe that the format of a comic book is actually perfect for this, and it kind of helps put a space in a specific type of context. So whether it's lived in or there's a specific event, so you see how that space can perform in a different situations and stories, I suppose. So more specifically, I was kind of because this project, I did it last year. So when the pandemic was very bad and we were working from home. So I really wanted to explore these feelings of solitude and isolation that basically came along because of the situation, and this idea of working from home and the space of home and the space of work, there was no clear division. And so I wanted to explore this by focusing on a central character and following one of her daily routines throughout the house. And by following her journey throughout the house, I wanted the space to hopefully portray some of these feelings that I wanted to explore. So I looked at some references before starting out. I was very keen to work in black and white because I thought that lack of color really corresponds with my initial idea. And also specifically in this reference, compositionally, I found it very interesting how the background and foreground and kind of everything is really detailed. So there is no specific focus on any object in terms of the detailing. So even the character feels like she blends in with the whole composition in a way, maybe making her feel more alienated or not significant in a way. And then I also looked at this other reference because in some frames I did need to emphasize the one central object, for example. So I kind of borrowed this idea of having a detailed central piece and one color background to take the focus of where I want to take it. And in terms of the space, I was very interested in exploring specifically Casa Experimentale by Giuseppe Perezini. Currently, it's an abandoned project. It's an abandoned house. It's quite a large space, obviously kind of misused, I guess. But I kind of really like the scale of the house. And since I'm thinking of exploring one character living alone, sometimes being in a large empty space alone can feel more alienating and worse if you're in a slightly smaller and cozy space. So I thought that the scale could work quite well with the feelings that I want to portray. And because it's abandoned, it seems like there are a lot of faults and it's quite fragile. And even though I would try to adapt it to make it more like livable, I still want to enhance some of this fragility because I feel like that helps portray some of these emotions of the character. And something else that was interesting because there's not enough views, interior views, for me to reference. Some of them I kind of reference from the images, but in some I kind of had to imagine them myself, what that could be, what they could be like. So that was an interesting, I guess, process that I learned that I could later kind of use in my studio projects, for example. And then I started just thumbnailing, just really focusing and exploring specifically what I want to draw. So a bit like a storyboard in a way. So the specific routine that I wanted the character to, for us to follow, was kind of the morning coffee routine, which at least I felt that back then was that invisible wall that separates home, time, and experience and the work space in a way, even though it's kind of in the same space. So we follow her journey through the house up until the ritual finishes and the working day begins. And it starts by zooming in up until the moment that she wakes up. And for example, as I mentioned, I wanted to make the house seem a bit more lived in, but still keeping a bit of its fragility. So a lot of the fixtures are kind of like very simple interventions that you will see across the comic throughout. And so I started with the line work, which actually the line work I drew by hand, and then later on I colored it digitally. And I thought that this kind of combination of something more human and something more digital was good for the project for two reasons. One, because in a way I'm exploring such a personal, I guess such a personal ritual in a way. So having that human touch there is important. And because sometimes if the whole thing is done digitally, it loses a bit of, I don't know, that human feeling in a way. And yeah, so by combining these two ways, you can still have a bit of fragility, but still have the neatness of the digital. So I went on, as I mentioned, and colored it on specifically Photoshop. And because the spatial qualities were quite an important thing in exploring what I wanted to explore, I had to play a bit with contrast because initially it was really flat. So by kind of heightening the contrast and the tones, I managed to have a more successful play of light and shadow that kind of better describes these atmospheres. So these are kind of the first 2 pages. So as I mentioned, we kind of slowly zoom in up until she wakes up. And in the first frame specifically, the reason that I had the zoom in, actually, how it all started was because I wanted to show the house from the outside with no specific background, because I wanted to give that feeling that the house can be anywhere and nowhere, to kind of enhance that idea of isolation and solitude in a way. And yeah, once she wakes up, we start following her journey throughout the house. I tried to, as I mentioned, keep these interventions, small interventions everywhere, and have the light and shadow be quite prominent. And yes, this was kind of the whole comic together, and this was my project. Thank you very much for listening, and I'd love to hear what you think.
Wow, thank you, Cindy. Beautiful work.
Thank you.
Beautiful idea. Nigel mentioned Cheek by Jowl, which, as I recall, had these kind of 4 tiers, the sort of cartoon approach to showing time-based medium of a kind, right? And you have taken the graphic novel as another form, and it seems really apropos to today. Can I just ask, you finished with this discussion of shadow, which is another way of talking about time. And in the top right image, when she takes the seat on the stair landing, the projected shadow of the stair landing rail is that beautiful line, right? It slightly blurs the geometry of the stair and is the tone of the bookcase beyond. How did you calculate throughout, going from the facade to the interior to the bookcase? Are those accurate shadows, or are you playing with the idea of shadow in terms of trying to make a composition work?
Yeah, and mostly I'm trying to play with the idea of shadow to try and make the composition work. So I would say not all of them are really accurate. I just use them as compositional elements in a way.
But did you build the architectural or spatial elements in 3D, or are they sort of cartoon representations?
They're cartoon representations. But yeah,
it leads me to ask myself, and maybe I'd be interested to know your opinion. Do you think that the sort of manga, graphic novel, Dylan Dog sort of drawing, it has actually influenced architects rather than the other way around?
I think it has influenced architects. I mean, I'm answering this from a personal experience, I suppose, but very often I do find myself kind of compositionally looking at all these graphic novels or mangas, and sometimes in these moments where, as we were talking earlier, there is something that's not real. So the shadows here, for example, are not always real. As an architect, maybe it would be interesting to step back and think, how can I create that moment that doesn't seem real? How can I apply it in real life? And kind of recreating that unreal thing in real life can add a lot of other features and elements to the project that might become crucial.
Yeah, well, I think you've done that extremely well. In fact, obviously, graphic novels are, in a sense, a simplification of a film, a movie. They have drama, story, they have lighting, and as you pointed out very articulately, they have a certain visual vocabulary that is just like a real film, that has a certain style of photography and a certain style of sets and a certain style of montage and etc. The use of music, which we discussed earlier, varies hugely from one film to another. And but the most important thing, I think, is the fact that you've got close-ups. You've got close-ups of real people. And, whereas if you think of most films about, or even photography of architecture, most of it has no people in it, which is really, really weird, because it's a a completely objectified representation of spaces that are inhabited. And I love your drawings of your character asleep and then waking up, because we're really in there. We're right in there with her. And in those particular, especially the one near the center of the image, we can't see any architecture at all. All we can see is her relationship with the duvet of the bed. It's immediate and sensual, but it's right in there with her at the heart of her experience.
Sorry to bother you, Cindy. I think it's lovely, but I have a rather small screen, and I'd love to see some of the details a bit closer. I really want to see them, and I just cannot. That would be great if you can kind of let us glide through the drawings a bit closer. That would be fantastic. Thank you.
Is this okay, or should I try to zoom in even more?
That's great, but that's great. That's good. And you have those 3 pages are the ones that you have at the moment. So that's all of it, or is there more?
No, it's just these 4 pages basically.
4 pages. Okay.
But we do one more, or is that it?
That's it was quite a short project, so that is it for now. But I agree that it feels like it should continue and develop into something more than just, for example, referencing the space of the reference that I showed earlier. Because as I mentioned, in some of the spaces, I had to kind of create them, basing them on the reference, but this space doesn't exist there. So I was generating new spaces from the narration. So maybe these moments can help me build a separate project on my own that could cater to the character's routine. Maybe, this is just some speculation, but the project is just these 4 pages so far. Yeah.
But you do see how important it is to have, like any story, especially when you've teased us so seductively. It needs to go somewhere, and it needs to engage drama and surprise and have a conclusion. It doesn't necessarily have to have a happy ending, but I'm asking myself, well, this young lady in her lonesomeness, where could this possibly go that takes us? Does it just consolidate the confinement and the loneliness, or whatever, or does something happen which breaks this condition?
Well, for now, it's more kind of consolidating those feelings. But I do agree that it would be much more interesting and special, I guess, if there was something breaking this, an event or something spatial. But yeah.
There were 2 things I just wanted to follow up on. The first one was the use of shadow, and I guess the symbolic representation of that. And I think that the shadows are beautifully rendered in your images. And it's interesting how sometimes the shadows seem more literal from the space, and other times, more, like you're saying, unreal or dreamlike. And it just, I've worked a lot with shadow and thinking about shadow as, I guess, in this period of isolation with this person, your protagonist there by herself, like in each of the images, what does the shadow represent to her? Is it, could it be something that she is processing? What is her mental state? Or, are these shadows of her past experience or things that she is processing? They were just thoughts that kind of filtered through my mind when I was looking at the different types of shadows that are in this space. And I guess if there, you wanted to add to that. And then the second comment I had is how you imagine to share this. Is it something that, you imagine to share digitally as well as a presentation that, I guess, flicks through page by page, aside from how you share it to us now? Or is it something that you would expand through like image by image? Or is it only, I guess, is your intention just to have it printed out and experienced as a physical object? Which I think is, you get a very different experience of processing the actual story and narrative.
Well, I have not thought about kind of representing it in a different way before, but you're right, like having it printed out, for example, or digital does give very, very different feelings, but maybe I would keep it digital, one for like the very simple reason of, because there are a lot of details in some parts, and it's nice to be able to zoom in some of the bits and explore those details as well, and what they could add to the composition and the feelings that come across. But also, with this, since part of it is this whole isolation and working from home, and I think that time, at least I correlated a lot with just the digital and the virtual world. So then maybe I would like to present the comic that way as well because of this. Yeah, I don't know if this is like I don't know if it's like a right or wrong answer, but yeah.
Maybe there is no right or wrong. It's just different modes of sharing enable a different experience. I wondered, had you thought of creating a video of navigating this, like as a digital file, or like recording you zooming in on certain sections or zooming back and actually creating almost like a choreography that would lead somebody through the still imagery?
I haven't thought about that before, but I suppose that could be quite interesting. But then I would have to be careful with, because as I mentioned, the play of light and shadow here it's kind of helpful to the composition rather than it being realistic. So if it's like a model or like just a three-dimensional thing, that more realistic aspect will kick in. So it would be interesting to see how I could play with that.
Sorry, I purely meant of the digital file. So right now, like for example, as you have displayed it to us, you have zoomed in and you have moved the imagery around. And that creates like a moving experience of the static, the static imagery. And I wondered if you were to curate that intentionally into a sequence that would be in a film. It's just a thought by the way that you've shared it to us, actually. So anyway, but thank you very much. It's a fantastic project.
Thank you.
Just to follow up to that, thank you, Cindy. A really beautiful project. But I think there are better and worse ways of showing this. And personally, I think you shouldn't digitize it, or it should be a purely physical printed object, because there's this amazing power of the zoom, which we have of holding our hands closer to our face and moving the thing, which I think is still very effective and has been for a long time. And I think what's important about your project and what's important about these graphic novels or graphic techniques of however we want to call them, is that proximity that you as an author have created, the framing, the sizing of the images in a proximity of the other images. And us as a reader, creating our own authorship layered on top of that, are reading it in a certain sequence, sometimes maybe not necessarily in the right sequence, but we have that contextual awareness of the images coming behind, above, below, which is really vital for the reading of your project, I think, seeing the connections between them, particularly, here with this really strong shadow line that cuts across, three different images and links them together in an interesting different way. And so you see those relationships, it deepens the meaning of it. And I think it would be really detrimental to see it as a series of separate images in a digital file, which you don't have your hands physically on, that you aren't controlling in a physical space with a physical context, with a sense of it being on paper in some sense without a depth. I think for me, that's really important. And maybe I'm just being really nostalgic about this form we don't experience enough, but I think I really like the way you've architecturalized it. I mean, obviously one can't avoid the elephant in the room of Bjarke Ingels sort of, I guess I want to not be too rude, but you know, his intriguing play with this form, and I think yours is really elegant and delicate and sophisticated in how you've kept it in black and white and not gone for a sort of jazzy kaboom, you know, 1960s Batman feel, but been really kind of thoughtful and delicate and more truer to the form whilst being incredibly architectural. And I think that the power of you bringing your architectural eye to it is very evident. And I'd really strongly encourage you to keep working in this way and not get subsumed into the metaverse and the digital XYZ, but keeping it very physical, personal, using your architectural eye to then explore what it can do for you, not only in the representation of your projects, but as a method of exploration of ideas within it, as a design tool, as a research tool, as an analysis tool along the way. And maybe it becomes something else in that process that, you know, we can't yet imagine, but rooted in the core origins of the kind of graphic novel, because I think there's something very exciting here. And also the way you don't have speech bubbles. I think that's really interesting. We have to kind of read a lot more into it and, you know, create more of a narrative through it. And maybe as architects, we read certain things into it, but it's the sort of architectural version of the graphic novel, which I think is really powerful. And that's where I personally think it's much superior to something that certain current big name architects have done. Thank you very much, Cindy.
Cindy,
So much.
to move on briefly, but there is something about this beyond the graphic novel framework that, I mean, we could go back to Carl Friedrich Schinkel, who lived between painting and architectural representations. And he wrote about at a certain tipping point in making a representation, if it becomes too beautiful, triggers a desire that you want to bodily inhabit the representation. And I see this, what you're doing is trying to inhabit something in the middle of COVID, right? Bodily, through the extension of self into these representations. Schinkel would put little figures, famously slightly too small, but always I think this is a balance, an architectural representation, and there's this desire underneath it. Some of Nigel's drawings might elicit this as well, where you want to inhabit that drawing, not that implied space, but that drawing. So it's really compelling what you've done here beyond notions of genre. There's something I think really inspiring about trying to inhabit something, particularly when you don't have anything available to you to inhabit.
Can I add something about those two first pages? They're my favorite, and I like them very much because there's a certain amount of confusion, and this kind of distortion of the concept of time. So you can see the light on the second smaller picture is on, and then it's off, but the shadow is the same angle. So I think the way you use time here and this kind of confusion of time and where we are as viewers is really, really beautiful. So I just want, is that on purpose, the fact that the light is on and then it's off? And
yeah, basically I was trying to, because we're talking about morning time, so I was kind of trying to make the sun, basically the shades slowly go away so that kind of morning time is coming. So if you see the shade is from here, it goes to kind of here, and it's gradually lowering down. And compositionally, I did kind of this intentionally, even though here the shade is higher than here, if it makes sense. Yeah.
It's very nice.
Good. Yeah. Thank you so much for the comments, and I will really kind of try to apply this as a tool to kind of analyze and explore future projects as well. So thank you so much for all the comments.
Thank you, Cindy, for showing your work. Really appreciate it. Our last presentation before lunch break and new critics this afternoon. Wanted to introduce a trio, Sasha Jackson and Mikhail from first year, presenting Ellipse H, an architectural distortion of time. Over to our first year. or former first year, now second year.
Perfect. Thank you, Mark. Yeah, so we also have Edwina here as well. She was able to make it. So she will be sharing the screen, I believe, for the presentation. All right, so we'll get straight into it. Here we are, Edwina, Jackson, Michal, and Sasha, and our project is Ellipsis H, an architectural distortion of time. The project is a proposed redesign of the Huguenot House, a mixed-use building consisting of a residential block, cinemas, and a parking structure, which is currently located right off of Leicester Square. In order to understand our site, we analyzed the building and the surrounding areas through several different scopes, looking into the heights of neighboring structures, the presence of cultural spaces such as theaters, clubs, cinemas, museums, general places and businesses that any potential visitor in the space may patronize, such as cafes, pubs, parks, or self-care locales. And alongside these considerations, we worked to discover how our site could be reached via transport, mapping out bike stations and bus stops, as well as nearby underground stations. This led to the discovery of a triangle of activity created by Piccadilly Circus, Leicester Square, and Trafalgar Square, with our site, the Huguenot House, right in the middle of it. Once the human interaction with the space was gauged, we moved on to mapping how the site is affected by the sun at 2 different points throughout the year, the winter and summer solstices, mapping the potential shadows cast and understanding how they may lead to different experiences within our proposed space. After looking into the history of the Huguenot House in the general context of our site, the impulses we discovered led us to the creation of Ellipsis H. It's a space inspired by the perceived distortion of time through cinema, and drawing on some explorations of the depiction of time in architecture conducted by Bernard Tschumi and the sequential studies of Sergei Eisenstein, we focused our work on translating different facets of time into physical forms, taking consideration of cinematographic composition as seen here. We imagined what sort of forms could be drawn from these sorts of scenes and how inhabitants may move through and experience them. As demonstrated by this diagram here, the potential interactions within our proposed spaces become endless when considering the structure as a temporal loop rather than as a linear path. It's made infinitely unique by the lack of didactic and the ever-changing environmental factors shown by the sunlight cast here. By stripping the existing building as it stands, which is on the left right here, down to the skeleton of its former self, just leaving some of the structural supports and general geometries, we wrapped it with a sleek curtain wall of transparent glass and an internal mashrabiyah. This was in attempts to open Ellipsis H to the outside world and ask anyone who may pass by it to explore its interior. The structure is divided into 3 distinct sections: the tower, the theater, and the labyrinth, which came from the residential section, the cinema, and the parking structure. Housing a continuous circulatory loop, as mentioned before, the structure boasts an infinite number of temporal experiences to be had within its walls.
So, hello everyone. So the occupants begin their journey by entering the tower, a space devoted to the experience of natural time. We try to, for each of the 3 sections we had in the project, we try to introduce a sequence of images using both rendering and drawing to try to express how we could experience the space. So a series of staircases guide the visitors up through the numerous levels of the structure, while the glass curtain and its ornate mashrabiyah feature directly inspired from the geometry of the original building. We had speckled shadows across the floor planes in an ever-changing dance. Throughout the levels of the tower, circular subtractions are cut into each floor planes. These oculi are carefully positions to allow for the sun's light to reach the ramp outside of the building's entrance. Calibrated for noon on the summer solstice, the light cast upon the ramp creates a perfect circle visible to those inside and outside of the tower alike. The notions of scales and spaces are also disturbed by these luminous floors and walls. In perpetual evolution, the straight lines become curves and the parallels become seconds. The platforms and columns successively pass from light to shadow and seem to lose any structural appearance. Once reaching the highest point, visitors are treated to an extraordinary view of the surrounding area and the tower's own sun-depth interior. The structure of the building and its glass envelope are thus both the frame and the screen between the indoor experience with the casted shadows of the Mashrabiyya facade and the projected outdoor view of the parts of the building which heralds the rest of our journey. So I'll continue to the theater. After traveling back from the tower, visitors are ushered down the vast staircase of this open ground floor theater. The path is bordered by rows upon rows of stadium-style seating, allowing for occupants of the space to find a moment of respite while viewing whatever may be happening in the space beneath, creating an impromptu performance. This space could host a variety of events from the human performance to the sonic session, aimed at affecting the temporal perception of the audience. The main stairs of the theater fans out as it reaches for the depth of the space, causing the trip to the bottom to look much shorter from the top, giving the visitor the first impression that things here may not be quite as they seem, for instance, from a street level point of view. As night falls, visitors may gather in the theater as it transitions into an open-air cinema with film projected, reusing the historical context of the site. And then finally, the labyrinth. From the ground plane of the theater, visitors may find their way into a place of distortion, the labyrinth, funneled through curving walls directly inspired from Richard Serra curved partitions, with no clear path to follow. The expansion and contraction of its halls, as well as the curated flow of light into the space work to play with the visitor's perception of time itself. As progression is made, the visitors find themselves moving upwards slowly towards the light and time of the real world once more. Winding staircases and walls fall away to reveal more defined path and an exit into the consistent bit of reality. The visitors find themselves once again at the base of the tower. So now the loop is complete and the ellipse established. These three different parts of the project share the common purpose of questioning the visitor's perception of time directly through different architectural and natural means and mediums. They are spatially arranged in such a way as to suggest a journey that can be repeated ad infinitum between the underground labyrinth, the open theater, and the glass cellar, as shown in this set of plans, sections, and axonometrics. And finally, we wanted from the beginning to depict his concept by drawing, and we thought that the unfolded section could be the most relevant and suitable composition to express this uninterrupted journey throughout the building. The x-axis could materialize the time passing, when the y-axis would show the vertical organization of our building. And finally, an experiment to symbolize this kind of idea of temporal loop. We try to cut and bend this unfolded section. And now I'll let Jackson introduce our short film we made using the sequence we had.
Sure, yeah. It's just a small, brief instance that showcases how people might use the space as well as the pacing within each of the different temporal locales. So. I believe we lost some of the audio there, but that is available on YouTube, so we can send the link in case anyone is interested in viewing it. But yes, thank you for allowing us to present.
Thank you.
Please do send the link if that's okay on the chat.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. Thank you all for presenting. A great project to culminate the morning session on. I would ask Sasha, as you were talking about the ellipse of perfect light at the solstice, an ellipse of perfect light sat on your face.
Yeah, I was about to say that during the presentation. I can't see my face on Zoom.
I just thought that was perfectly planned.
I'm really related to our presentation today. That's great.
Could I just ask you to go back to one particular image? It was that diagram that sat in front of the rendering. It was the 24-hour diagram cycle with the black ground, white writing. That had the sort of theater space and dots and the hashed lines for the day, etc. You were nearly there. One more, yes. This, the next one, yeah. The next slide, yeah.
Oh, I think.
This one, yes, thank you. This jumps out as A, full of information, but B, awfully beautiful. But also, we were talking about archigram earlier today. It has a certain kind of stutter effect with where this would place in time. If this graphic were presented, I would have guessed a different decade, and yet here it is, and it seems useful to you. Who worked on this, and what about this diagram helps set up that much more complicated on the disk diagram at the end? Because these are two different worlds of describing time and affect. This one to me is so clear, and I'm just wondering how in your creative arc this came into being, because it doesn't look like anything else in the presentation.
So I've made this diagram at quite in an early stage of our project, and so it's directly inspired by a drawing made by OMA, I think. And yeah, I don't know. I wanted to, because I was first working on the 3D model of the project to kind of express our ideas, and I thought that it could be really interesting to depict this concept in a more abstract diagram, but still very clear in a way and almost scientific with this kind of grid organization. And yeah, I just wanted to express this idea that it never ends, like functionally speaking, in the building. And yeah, like you can have you can like understand the time passing when you look at the diagram horizontally, and when you try to look at it like more vertically, it shows the like spatial organization of the building, with like the top part of the diagram representing the tower, and the lower part depicts the theater and the labyrinth. So yeah, I found I really liked to make this. It was made on Google Slides, so it wasn't the best software to do that, but yeah, it was interesting to do.
It has a resonance of being handmade. I suppose I forget what the Mercator projection is versus the other, but this, as opposed to the cylinder mapping, is the compelling duo for me. But thank you for that.
Where did, since Mark's pointed out the interest of this image, where did it sit in terms of the development of the sort of formal organization of spaces and staircases and labyrinths and towers? Does this precede your understanding of your interventions to this building, or does it explain it?
It more like, I think it explains it, because we already had a clear idea of the 3 different sections we wanted to have in the building. But still, when I made this diagram, we still didn't have a really defined, basically 3D model of the space. So like we still didn't know how it will look like. I will look like perfectly, but we already had the concept and the 3 functions of the building, and so I think it helps in a way then to.
In other words, it moved the project along.
Yeah, it follows. I'd say it followed the visual development of it, but yeah, it wasn't a starting point.
How did there were three of you? We've only heard two of you now, and I know Edwina's somewhere in cyberspace, maybe even be listening. But did the three spaces in that you sort of agglomerated in the project? Are you each responsible for one of them? And if not, how did you work on this as a group?
I can step in for this. I think we sort of all collaborated to establish what we wanted to achieve with the different spaces. After Sasha created this diagram, we had a more clear idea of sort of the hierarchy of the spaces, maybe, sort of where they'd be positioned and how you might flow through them slightly at different times. We all really just bounced ideas off of each other and sort of worked hand in hand, side by side, the whole way through to develop and push, just meeting every few hours sometimes to go back over the work and see where we were all at, everyone just coming up with ideas, pitching them, building off of each other and collaborating really, really fully, I think, through the project. There were some times where we had to sit down and all chat through some things, but once we had our ideas sort of panned out, it was just pushing them to come up with the designs and finish things off. Yeah, and it was four of us in the project. So so Edwina and Michal are here as well. I believe they're just in the chat somewhere. But yeah, so I think that from my perspective, it seemed like it was all sort of hand in hand, just everyone pushing the same sort of things. Sasha was working heavily on the labyrinth while we were sort of dividing the spaces in the tower between Edwina and I. Michal was doing the labyrinth as well as a lot of the drawings and things like that. So it just work divided amongst the four of us.
Well, I mean that it's the thing that I find most striking is that you've created a kind of internal game space, which is, if I've understood it well, it's kind of dedicated to pleasure, the pleasure of movement and the pleasure of discovery. And it's of course it has these distinct parts, but overall it's quite refreshing to see a building that doesn't have conventional function. Was that one of the intentions?
Yeah, that was one of the original aim. We had to try to keep like something quite open in terms of function. We just wanted to, like, the brief of this competition was you have to refurbish the Hügener house and make it a public place. But there was no like predefined functions, and the starting point was the original function of the building, which was like for the ground floor, a cinema. But yeah, that was one of the.
So it's kind of like the ICA. It's a bit bohemian. It's a bit alternative. It's programmed and ready to be cater for all kinds of as yet unforeseen events.
I think the ambiguity of the structure was one of the driving factors for us the whole way through. We discussed what the program could be, and then quickly, just through our tutorials and meetings, sort of decided that it wasn't necessary that there was really a program aside from the experience that people had in the space. So we tied it together with the addition of the theater space and the cinema, I think. But the majority of the merit for the building comes from the actual just movement through it and how people interact with it in their own way, without any sort of direction or purpose aside from just enjoying their time. So,
is it a bit like the mound at Marble Arch?
Well, I think we would have to see how it would be constructed to compare it to the mound in that sense, because
I don't want to condemn it at all. But that's another, it's another, some people have spent money on that mound thing, and it's meant to evoke pleasure. And it's sort of if there are precedents in the sense that, gardens try to evoke pleasure, and people spend loads of money on them, and people get lost in them and get surprised in them and fall in love in them and do naughty things in them, all of that. But if you had to compare what your project is, can you think of any existing building which is a paradigm for what you've done?
We looked at a good number of references, and most of my references are from Los Angeles area, where I'm from, and we're more, when we were initially sort of starting, we talked about this idea of a social marketplace of sorts. And so the references that I had sort of brought to the table were like the lab anti-mall and the camp, which are two just sort of indoor-outdoor spaces meant for ambiguous use, but also shopping. And we separated ourselves from the need for commerce within the space. But I mean, those would be the closest. Aside from that, potentially some of the unbuilt work of Cedric Price also came into account, like the Fun Palace, I believe, or even maybe Noguchi's Play Mountain, just spaces that are ambiguous in their usage, but sort of enjoyable in their form.
And also, maybe you mentioned it already, Jackson, but we like one of the main inspiration for the way to represent our work. So, for instance, with the unfolded section, we used the Jussieu campus proposition by Rem Koolhaas and OMA. Mm-hmm. So that was also one of the visual references for the way to depict the concept. And yeah, for the mound in Marble Art, maybe the common point would be that our project is all about stairs everywhere. But that's
your project is also contained within a very standardized, presumably kind of housing block, or is it an office block, or what is it at the moment?
Currently, the upper floors are a residential space, so housing block apartments, and then the lower floors house cinemas as well as parking structures.
Okay.
Were you also influenced by Escher or for example, the Klein bottle? Because a bottle or there's an element of topography that is interesting. And were you also influenced from other forms of art in that sense?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
I was wondering, we're talking about your influences, and I wanted to ask, because I'm not an architect, but I've kind of felt a lot of topographical exploration, and I thought of Escher, obviously, and also the Klein bottle, and things like this kind of idea of loop. And I was wondering if you also were influenced from these type of artists as well, or was it something you thought about, or not necessarily?
I think Escher definitely came into the consideration after we sort of saw the directions we were going in, especially with the staircases within the tower itself. Those were sort of a point of difficulty, I think, just for us to work out how they might function. We considered the use of elevators or different forms of moving up and down, and landed on the staircases because it felt more in tune with the idea of actual movement and time passing, whereas an elevator sort of skips space, just like a train skips space in that it moves quicker than humans. So the stairs add this sort of more natural element to it. And I think just by way of the organization, Escher obviously comes to mind when thinking of just sort of these I don't know, interweaving staircases that seem sometimes that like they have no direction or focus, or are a little hard to understand. But I mean, I think that also comes just from the palette we chose to use to depict the actual structure in the presentation.
I think it's charming. It's very excessive in a very charming way to have a whole building dedicated to play and to game. I think that's really nice. I've also imagined as you talked, you can even enhance the confusion with time with projections and sounds, if you play with that and add to that as part of the experience of the person going through it. I have two things I wanted to ask you. I really found it really interesting, the idea of taking cinematic pictures and having manifest them in kind of architectural ways. I was wondering how it connects to the project, and if you can just talk a little bit about it, because I thought it was such an interesting thing, but it was kind of very, very briefly touched upon. The idea, you had one of the illustrations had scenes or shots from films, and then a kind of architectural illustration of both. Yeah, that one.
So for this, I worked on this one, and it was derived pretty specifically from a Schumi diagram, where what we were thinking about is the pacing of each of these different spaces and how people might move through them, the time taken to go through them, and how it builds suspense or reduces suspense. Sort of changes, again, the perception of time, in that you feel sometimes like you're going for a long time down the staircase, or you're standing stationary at the top of the tower. And so these different films and scenes were just sort of reminiscent of the forms that we were going for. And so when constructing it, I just tried to draw some parallels between cinema and the intention of the actual structure itself. And I did so in this matter where we already had the section finished at this time, and I just wanted to sort of draw this. It's more like a proof of concept, I guess, in that we were trying to represent cinema through architecture, and then tying it back to scenes that were reminiscent of the actual forms we had created. So I mean, it was always in consideration throughout the design of the process to create these almost cinematographic spaces, but a lot of it also came from the actual just analysis post-design, I think.
It makes me think of the rides at Disneyland. I mean, any of them, they are sequential, and you're usually in a car that is on a rail that decides exactly where you go. Is the route through your building prescribed like a ride at Disneyland, which would have a direct relationship with cinema? You know, like the Pirates of the Caribbean ride is a sort of three-dimensional cinematic experience, but I got the feeling that in yours there were multiple choices and more kind of divergence from the prescribed route than there would be in a fairground ride or in Disneyland.
I think just from the beginning, we sort of wanted to break away from the idea that there was only one way to use the space. And in doing so, we sort of constructed all of these different potential pathways. The theater being a giant staircase itself, so you can move down that anyway. And there is a central pathway through it, but it doesn't mean that's how you have to use it. We describe through the narrative that Sasha gave, sort of leading through the structure, that you go up the tower first, but that necessarily isn't how it needs to be, because all of the spaces are as open to each other as they are one way backwards.
But Jackson, do you see that this diagram also suggests a kind of a time frame which progresses from left to right?
Yes, absolutely.
It slightly goes against what you're saying.
Yeah, I think that might be one of the downfalls of something like this. It's sort of hard to see the looping structure, and it does show it almost as a straightforward narrative, whereas we intended for it to be.
But also Bernard's Manhattan transcripts and various kind of riffs on the Eisenstein sort of pulling apart of scene action and sound, he had a slightly different approach than this diagram, in that he was looking at the notation ascribed to the camera and to the movement of the people, and then he would take the notation as though it were itself a materialization of architecture, and he'd turn a movement that was in plan, perhaps, of somebody moving across a scene, and then he'd turn it into a curved wall, which is an interesting, it's a jump between which is what Bernard's all of that period of work was about kind of elevating the status of action and events to architectural materiality. And whilst I think this set up a conversation, which I think you very well unpacked, and I just wanted to go back and sort of dig into it a little bit more, because I just wondered how much you really thought about the implications of it. It's anyway, very interesting.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's definitely a diagram worth maybe pushing further in the future to connect it a little bit more to the intention of the design. And I appreciate the sort of insight into how to potentially do that. So thank you.
Can I just add, yeah, I mean, it's really nicely presented. And I think, the both of you, I kind of articulately took us through this journey. So I have to congratulate you on that, the kind of confidence and delivery. But for me, really the images that the kind of part of the project that I'll naturally pay more attention to is the imagery and the kind of experiential, representational material that you put in this presentation. And I think, obviously you guys are in first year, but when you're talking about things like kind of cinema and, a feeling of contrast, light and shadow, these things should somewhat be translated into the images. And I think, obviously that's something that will be built up over time, but, you won't really, no doubt renderings are not always representations of there's a lot of criticism about accurate renderings and stuff, but, it would be in your advantage to kind of actually try and atmospherically render these images, based on kind of contextual buildings surrounding it, different shadows that are obviously, there's no kind of context in the drawings at the moment. So I think, especially if it's a glass curtain wall, the context will, inevitably be part of the building somehow. So I think, just something to kind of take on board as you, progress in the next kind of 5 to 6 years of your education, the kind of value of atmospheric imagery, almost like the media studies project that we looked at before this, a lot of that could have been used as ways to almost really explain that kind of what you're trying to convey in this journey. So I don't know what you think about that, but yeah, other than that, I think you guys have done a really good job.
Yeah, I would just like to add to that. There was a similar comment that I had as well, that I felt like I lacked a sense of what it would be like to be a participant in this space, or to have a texture of that experience, and to have the perspective portrayed of the user, because you talk about movement and transitioning through the space and having a sense of disorientation or distortion. And I think that would be an important thing to maybe portray. Well, and I wonder how that I liked conceptually how you used a diagram later on that, circle that bent the form. So it was more conceptual, even though it referred to something, literal. And I like the fact that your concept and your diagrammatic material start to overlay there. And I just wondered if that could be pushed forward in other forms of representation, like you're saying, Sebastian, atmospheric, texture, what the experience of if you were from the first person in that space. I think that would give a different perspective. But congratulations, fantastic project.
Yes, congratulations. We are now looking at a 3-minute lunch break, but otherwise wanting to conclude the morning session, to thank all the presenters and to especially thank our critics, Sebastian, Yoni, Alyssa, Mark, and Nigel Coats. Thanks all for coming. Time-based media, we have another session in the afternoon, fresh projects, new critics. So I would welcome everyone back, but I think on humanitarian basis, I'll say, let us return at 2 o'clock so that people can get a little break, myself included. We'll kick off for 2 o'clock with the afternoon sessions, but many thanks all, and 3 cheers for Open Jury, and a happy Guy Fawkes. See you at 2.
Thank you.
Congratulations, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Bye-bye. Great to be with you. Bye.
Bye.
This is Open Jury, the culmination of the AA's Open Week. I'm Mark Morris, Head of Teaching and Learning at the AA, and it's a pleasure to welcome our critics and students and staff to what should be an amazing afternoon. As I was just saying, this term's Open Jury organized around the question of time-based media. What does that mean? It's beyond the physical. It has duration. It's a temporal project as much as a visual one. And certainly how architects may conceive of built work, we would count those objects perhaps as time-based media. To really know a building is to spend time into it. Over 24 hours or 24 years, you come to know a work of architecture. But in terms of architectural representation, there's something else going on. And there's new and old technologies to be presented this afternoon that talk about different ways we talk about time and space and structure and site. There's something exciting about the morning sessions that we looked at, not just design proposals, but research projects and media studies work as well. So this happens across the provision, core studies as well as units and postgraduate programs. And this afternoon, people presenting from experimental and diploma units, from the emerging technologies postgraduate program. We should have a great conversation. And it's a pleasure to welcome our critics. I'll be asking them to introduce themselves, but Jemana Bowazir, Paul Bavister, Lawrence Leck, and Kathy Batista joining us for the afternoon as our critics. Kathy, maybe you could kick off, briefly introduce yourself, and we can make sure that we start in good time. Over to you, Kathy.
Hi, I'm Kathy Batista. I'm a writer, art historian, educator, and curator. I am, yes, very interested in time-based media. I've done a fair bit with performance and both in research and practice. So most exhibitions I do involve video and performance, including one that I just curated in Istanbul about a month ago.
Great.
Thank you for inviting me.
Good to see you. And Lawrence, over to you.
Hi, I'm an artist and filmmaker based in London. I use 3D software and CGI to make films, video games, and performances, sometimes soundtrack. And I'm an old AA alumni, so I understand the position everyone's in. So I just really love to help rather than give a design critique, basically.
Thank you, Lawrence. Paul, how are you?
Hello, I'm fine. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm Paul Bavister. I work for Flanagan Lawrence, and my day job is designing concert venues and theatres, mainly studios and things like that. I also teach at the Bartlett School of Architecture on the Designing for Performance and Interaction programme, and I'm also undertaking a PhD in acoustic space and evolutionary computation.
It couldn't be more time-based. Thanks, Paul. Jemana, welcome.
Hi, I'm also an AA alumni. I'm a fresh graduate, actually. I'm working currently with forensic architecture, and my past research kind of looked at providing tools for communities to narrate their own stories. And I kind of put in film and poetry into my work as a form of communication and collaboration.
Fantastic. Well, welcome all four. I will try to keep us to time today. I managed it within 28 minutes in the morning. And the format is our typical 10-minute presentation, 20-minute chat, and I'll try to move us along so everybody has time to present this afternoon. I think the theme of time-based media should be foregrounded. In a way, I think we stumbled a bit in the morning. We just got too involved in the design proposals. But in the end, came back to this question of architectural representations and what time means in a new world of platforms, software, hardware we discussed, whether it's you viewing something on the phone versus the screen versus a projection. So scale entered into the conversation. We talked a lot about soundscape. A lot of the presentations we'll see will have some sound in them, and that's been a topic. And we've certainly talked to allied arts, so things like theater, fine art, music, other time-based media have filtered into discussions around what it means for architects to avail and experiment and present something maybe we haven't seen before. So welcome all. I'll turn the floor over to our first presenter, Yasmin Abu Habdan from Diploma 12. Welcome, Yasmin, and over to you.
Hi, thank you. So yeah, let me just share my screen. So I'm going to start with a video, and then I'll end with what I've been doing since I graduated. Please let me know if you can hear properly. Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
The Hakawati Forum, Reconstruction by Narratives. My practice is focused on using tangible and intangible media to construct events that condense and overlay spatial narratives onto new contemporary contexts. It looks at heritage as a prospective activity rather than a retrospective one, to understand the different forces at play in urban spaces and make counterforms of testimony audible. Hakawati in Arabic is the storyteller. As well as a venue for fictional storytelling, the Hakawati Coffee House would once hold commentaries on the community's state of affairs, often adapting its narrative to address local conflicts. Now it has become a dying tradition. Abu Omar is sitting in his apartment in Aleppo after it was hit by a missile. He is in denial, listening to an old Arabic tune by Syrian singer Muhammad Diyaddin on his record player. He travels through his memories, defying the state of the environment around him. Broadcasting has constantly been used as a medium to express and tackle Aleppo's multi-layered conflicts. The planning conflict. The Syrian government's post-war reconstruction plan aims to demolish existing informal neighborhoods and rebuild them for groups supporting the regime. This consolidates political power dynamics and deepens segregation. Coincidentally, these areas were the most affected by the war. YouTube had risen to be the main broadcaster of its destruction, with footage gathered from Aleppo's different neighborhoods. The generational conflict. Aleppo's lost spaces only exist through memories and pre-recorded footage. Diasporic groups started resorting to broadcasting as a form of cultural preservation with the initiation of online archives. The gender conflict. Throughout the war, feminist stations have emerged, combating the underlying gender biases within Sharia law and social systems that place restrictions and limitations on women. In the context of cultural heritage being destroyed by conflict, citing Aleppo as a recent case, how can we broadcast event and narrative to reconstruct the city's spaces and question gender, generational, and planning conflicts, ultimately influencing a more inclusive policy change? Looking at storytelling and broadcasting as a medium of revealing social and political conditions, BBC's radio drama Hayy al-Matar focuses on building discourses around socio-political conflicts in Syria by constructing multilateral narratives. Within this form of practice, the Hakawati Forum comprises 4 phases. Phase 1, the collection of stories. Phase 2, the composition of narratives. Phase 3, the event. And Phase 4, the broadcast. Phase 1 hosts initial group sessions with local and diasporic Aleppians to share their personal stories. Phase 2 constructs fictional narratives by intersecting the personal stories from Phase 1. The narratives deal with different nuances of underlying conflict, 3 of which are gender, generational, and planning. In Phase 3, these narratives are spatially scripted onto 3 levels, adapting the Hakawati storytelling structure that follows a clear hierarchy with one story embedded into the next. The first level is context, the lost space within which the narrative takes place. The event is built around an augmented soundscape that revives the lost spaces, bringing about many voices and building new pathways for the recollection of memories. Set in an arbitrary hangar in Amman, the event opens up the possibility of adapting any neutral space in other locations. The event can take on any conflict, be it generational or planning or any other. For this presentation, I will be focusing on gender. The accumulated layers of the city are condensed into the hangar to shape a narrative that puts different aspects of the city in dialogue. The space becomes a platform where layers of conflict are translated into layers of narrative. Participants were invited to the hangar to listen to a series of augmented soundscapes. The spatial layers of the narrative were manifested as a result of the actions of the participant, who navigated the space wearing headphones. Some more tangible elements, like objects referencing Aleppo, are layered onto the space to anchor the augmented. Welcome to the Hakawati Forum. Today we will be discussing gender conflicts within the city of Aleppo with the aim of building strategies to overcome spatial, social, and institutional prejudices. We will be focusing on the presence and role of the Aleppian woman within 4 spaces: the souk, the mosque, the family, and the Sufi ritual. Corresponding to the Hakawati structure, the narratives fit according to scale into the 3 levels of the space. Level 1 is the context, looking at the gender prejudices that exist in Souk el-Medina, or the Aleppo market. Level 2 is the individual and institutional perspectives that construct the narrative. Level 3 is the reconstructed narrative. Each narrative is provoked by the Hakawati, who is the playmaker in the space and whose task is to intervene and ask the participant questions that would shift the narrative from its original scenario.
كيفكن؟ أنا أم يوسف. جوزي مرض كتير وصار عنده فشل كلوي، وأنا ما معي لا شهادات ومالي دارسة وما بعرف ولا مصلحة، وبلشت جر هالعرباية ولف حوالين هالسوق كل يوم لبيع هالكعكات اللي كنت جيبهم من فندق سميرميس. كنت أقضي 8 ساعات وأنا بلفلف بهالعرباية لحتى بيعهم، وإجري تورموا، وكمان ما كنت استرجي أدخل جوات السوق لأنه مو من عاداتنا ولا من تقاليدنا إنه المرأة تكون بياعة. هلكت وأنا عم حاول أطلب من لجنة السوق يصلحوا عربايتي وأتخربت، بس ما حدا كان يرد علي.
Should Yusuf have confronted the Souk? Considering she's not part of Ahl Souk, how should the Souk committee have responded? How would you disrupt the narrative? What policies should be placed?
Sounds are sampled from pre-war YouTube footage and looped to construct a modular composition. The sampled sounds are placed in the augmented space at particular points. Each sound has its own broadcast radius and loop duration, so it is experienced differently every time. The mosque narrative.
أنا عايشة كنت أجي على هالجامع مع أبي عباس وأخواتي جعفر وليد لما كنت صغيرة. كان أبي وأخواتي يدخلوا الجامع من المدخل الرئيسي اللي شايفينه تحت، وأنا كنت أدخل من الباب الخلفي. كنت أترك مشايتي عند درجات قبل ما أدخل باب الجامع وصلي في منطقة النساء. كنت بشوف الإمام من هون بس هو ما كان يشوفنا.
Do you agree with mosques segregating women from men, or do you think they should pray together? With the restrictions on where women can pray, would you have made a point about joining men in mosques, or would you have compromised and prayed at home?
The hopscotch narrative.
مرحبا، أنا حلا. نحن مثل ما شايفين واقفين محل ما كنت ألعب أنا وصغيرة لعبة الإكس بحارتنا بالأنصاري. كنت أرسم هالشكل بالطبشور على الأرض وألعب بالساعات مع الحجار. سحبوني من هون وأنا عمري 15 سنة وحجبوني وجوزوني بواحد اسمه جابر وكان أكبر مني ب20 سنة. قعدت من تم ساكت لأنه بعرف إنه صوتي ما لازم يطلع ولا يكون عندي رأي. أنا ضليت قاعدة وساكتة لحد ما صارت هالحرب عنا وغيرت كل شي بحياتي. صرت أقدر أطلع وفوت بكل جرأة بدون خوف من شي، حتى من الحرب نفسها، لأنه الرجال تخبوا خوف من الاعتقالات العشوائية. وهيك انقلبت الآية وصار النسوان يطلعوا ويجيبوا أغراض ويدبروا حالهم، وصرت أنا المسؤولة عن كل شيء. أنا مشيت مع أولادي بالخط مثل مو شايفين قدامكم بلعبة الإكس للهروب من حلب لعمان.
The war has given certain women more independence in the absence of men. Do you think women would be able to retain this independence after the war? How? The Sharia law in Syria still allows underage marriages with consent. Do you feel girls at that age are capable of making their own decisions? Do you think girls subdued by their family's pressure have a choice?
The Hakawati Forum by nature can shift its narratives to other conflicts. Phase 4 is the broadcast. It broadcasts radio plays based on the narratives from the event. The broadcast invites stakeholders who would not usually meet, say an urban planner, a feminist, and a sheikh, to a structured discourse around provocations that rise from the stories and ways through which personal experiences are interwoven with institutional realities. It is a scaled-up version of the Hakawati space, broadcasting to a wider audience where the home becomes a parallel experience to the hangar.
Okay, and so basically, okay, so since graduating, I've been working on pushing this into the real world. I started some collaborations with people from BBC Media Action, Radio Al-Hara in Palestine, and Hiya Live Sessions, which is a feminist broadcasted festival. So I just opened an exhibition 2 weeks ago in Venice at Venice Art Project titled Hakawati Retold, Reconstruction by Narratives, in collaboration with Yasmin Halou. It's on until the 21st of November. It basically is focusing on, it's specifically focusing on reconstructing Suq al-Medina with the augmented soundscapes and narratives of that space. So, and for the closing of the exhibition, the space will be broadcast on Radio Al-Hara. So while this project focuses on the context of Aleppo, my practice as a whole is focused on using narrative to generate new content around architectural spaces in conflict. So, and this is by capturing the narratives of marginalized voices struggling with issues around social and political structures, building agency from intimate revealing experiences to policy change at an institutional scale, and ultimately questioning how we reconstruct and how we deal with heritage. So instead of looking at heritage as an act of static preservation, the Hakawati Forum basically is building with the intangible. And you can, if you want, scan the QR codes for the AR app of the exhibition and try it out. It's best if you try it out with headphones in an open space because the sounds are in 3D. So I'll leave that there for you.
Thank you, Yasmin. I wonder if we could kick off with the representation of the figure, which is offered as a translucent body in space that moves in a particular way. That's a curatorial move. And on the one hand, it follows a long legacy of architects handling the figure in a certain way not to detract from the representation of space. But in your presentation, the figures, the narrative, the people are in the foreground. It is what the project's all about. So I wonder, Yasmin, if you could talk about the decision of how you represent the body or the figure in those moving drawings.
Like, you mean how they're represented in the drawings, or how I've represented them in my design idea, like in my design strategy?
Well, this is a time-based media question, really. The moving figure, which is one way you registered time.
Okay, then
yeah, I understand. Had a certain kind of ghostly quality, which I thought was quite remarkable as a decision. So I'm just asking, what's the thinking behind it?
I just basically, why I did them ghosted, that's a really good question. Actually, this was like something that I was really struggling with, how to represent the figures. I think that, I mean, I didn't really want them, I didn't really want to give a personality or like to the person who's like walking through the space. That's why I made them ghosted. It could be anyone. I wanted it to relate to, I wanted everyone to be able to relate to it. And that's why I did them sort of ghosted. I also wanted the emphasis to be on the space itself. And because they're moving, and everyone has basically, it's a self-curated experience in a way. They're moving through this AR soundscape. So I sort of wanted it to be interpreted as that, if that makes sense.
So you might inhabit one of those shells. That's
yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Over to Paul, Lawrence, Kathy, and Jumana.
Gosh, what a very exciting project, and thank you very much for sharing it with us, Yasmin. I guess it strikes me that the work appears to be an interface, the way that you've used spatiality as a method of engaging with the temporal. I wonder if you could talk to us a little bit more about how you approach the use of space, and especially in the idea of the augmented soundscape that you added, and about how this is sort of drawing us into this world of narratives.
So, I mean, for me, the really important thing was about using intangible media and looking at forms of broadcasted architecture. So that's really the why I've gone with sound, and why I've tried to do it as a very immersive environment. So in terms of basically. So do you want to elaborate a bit on the design, on the design strategy with the sound?
Yes, I think that's very exciting.
Yeah, I think in terms of this interface, I've sort of cataloged pre-war footage of from that space, for example, Suq al-Medina, and looped those sounds in different categories, and from that you've basically got these different sound radiuses and different sound loops, and every person moves through these spaces and in a different manner, and these sounds are looping constantly at different speeds. So that's why the space is always interpreted differently whenever you're in it. And the sounds, the narratives as well are constantly changing depending on the issue that's being discussed. So whether it's a conflict of gender or a conflict of a generational conflict, etc.
But are these differing interpretations important to you?
I think in terms of how anyone would be able to interpret that space, it's obviously very subjective. Like the associations that you build with that space are with what you're hearing are very specific to what you've experienced in the past, whether it's anything whether you've been to that space or not. You can obviously make your own sort of associations, I would say, and that's what I was sort of really interested in exploring. It's like how the space can become subjective in a way, and yeah.
In that case, just one last question from me. Who is your audience for this ideally, and where would you cite it if you kind of won the lottery and could put it anywhere?
I mean, I wouldn't have a specific site for it, honestly. Like, that's why I've made it as an AR. I mean, for me, the specific audience is, the targeted audience would obviously be Aleppian diaspora, but they are no longer in Aleppo, and that's why we resorted to AR, because it's much more difficult for us to reconstruct the space back there now, as opposed to having them experience it elsewhere. And I mean, there's also indirect audiences that, for example, me and you, who could relate to it and could contribute to it in a way. But I don't see it happening in a specific site. I can see it happening basically in any sort of open plan space. That's really my aim, because I want
a very global proposal then.
Yeah, I mean, I want it to be like a sort of traveling thing, that traveling performance that people can engage with, and then that starts generating new content in a way.
Jasmine, first I want to congratulate you on some tremendous work being done, and I wish I was in Venice to experience this. I mean, I come to this more as a curator, and it reminded me so much of artists that I've worked with who dealt with the voice and history, such as Janet Cardiff and Susan Hiller, but then also some other artists who use imagery, like Richard Moss, who works in the Congo a lot, and Frere Sarkissian. And my question for you is, I love that you're depicting this not through imagery, but through the voice, which is so ephemeral. And I was wondering, the balance between, you mentioned subjectivity and the idea of storytelling, and you mentioned broadcasting. And I was wondering if you could just a bit more go into detail about truth versus fiction, and how you're taking something that's really happened and perhaps putting it into a more fictional basis, but we still feel the impact of the actual tragedy of Aleppo. But I wondered if you could say something about that, because I felt that this is definitely not reportage, but then at moments I felt like it was. So I that tension is really interesting to me, and I just wondered if you could elaborate on it a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, the stories that I've shown today are basically like composite stories from multiple interviews. So that was basically part of the process, is that it's not it's in a way a fictional story, but based on reality. So you're right in terms of this tension being there. But I think the most important thing that comes out of it is like, which I think is probably the least developed part of my project, is the discourse part in the end, and how through the broadcast on radio and through like the conversations that would happen in this space that are provoked by this Hakawati figure, the sort of we can discuss like what comes next, and that's really what's important for me from that. And I think I have a broadcast coming up, and I'm trying to think about how this is going to be realized. So yeah, this is
it's really interesting. And I particularly like artists who work with these ideas that they don't have to document a war. They can make work about it. And that's such a, like in our culture, that's such a fine line. Like if you're, working on a conflict, you're supposed to report it. And I feel like you're doing that, but you're doing a lot more. And so I think you're onto something really interesting. And I would keep pushing this voice and the subjectivity part of it. And I think it's really interesting how it can take so many different platforms and the way you could share it with an audience.
Thanks.
Hi, it's really amazing. I've got a couple of questions. One is more like, I guess just really practical and experiential. The other's a bit more ethical, I guess. I think the first one, which is not so much to do with the ideal audience, but just what did you learn from doing it such a complex project mostly remotely and then doing it in a physical space. Did you, for example, wish that you tried it out as like a physical installation before, or you're happy with doing it after the, AA stuff was done? Like, how did you find that experience of unwrapping it?
No, I actually did a test in Jordan in the hangar that you saw, like those photos. That was basically the real like test for me, because everything that was wrong like showed, and everything that was basically it was really unclear. Like I guess I had to, like from what I learned from that was I had to really focus like the conversation that I had with the audience that I was engaging with to get the most out of it, and that's what I've been like basically what I tried to do in Venice more. So instead of having like three different spaces like I had in Amman, I had one only the Souk. And I mean, also that the fact that the space was smaller was part of the decision for me to make it only about the Souk. But doing that and having the 3 stories, basically having 3 stories from the Souk, and all of them are tackling basically issues relating to the Souk, but also reflecting larger social and political conflicts. That's what I think was sort of, it was clearer what the aim of the work was in a way. So that was also like I fixed the sound stuff, all of the sound problems that I had before. But yeah, that was basically it.
It's really interesting. I think also continuing from what Kathy was saying, this I guess is a more like conceptual or ethical bit, because I think I'd love to hear your thoughts, because to me at least, like conflict isn't what it used to be. Conflict used to be something that happened somewhere else. It used to happen in a like discrete amount of time. There was reportage against it. Whereas I see now with a lot of these warfare, it's perpetual, 24/7, and it never ends basically. So I just wonder how this different, I guess, temporality of conflict you see affecting your practice in the future. For example, I mean, Syria is a good example of the never-ending, perpetual nature of it. And I just wonder how you think of your just practice in relation to that changing nature of what conflict is.
That's a very good question. It's the temporality of conflict. I think that, I mean, yeah, you're right. So for the civil war now, this was basically known as the YouTube war. Like it was broadcast everywhere and it was happening all over Aleppo. Like there's like crazy maps of all of that YouTube documentation and how everyone was so exposed to it and feeling it all the time. And I think, I mean, also from like the reality that we live in, like coming from the Middle East as well, we're always exposed to this sort of idea of conflict. And I think that how this would translate into my practice is, I mean, I don't see this as being only about, for example, war, but it could be about a lot of other layers of conflict, a lot of sort of, it could be like a generational conflict of a different sort. It could be I don't know, a conflict where the space had been destroyed for another reason, or a sort of form of practice has been stopped for a specific reason. It's not really like specific to war, but I just see this as a strategy that I can adapt into other contexts in a way.
I think last thing I'd say, it's really interesting because for me personally, primarily as a, let's say, fiction filmmaker and screenwriter, you have to basically invent conflict out of a situation. There's dramatic conflict. Whereas in the case where, you know, drop a pin, like you're saying in the Middle East, there's going to be all sorts of conflict going on, not necessarily war, but generational, religious, gender, and so on. So I wonder how you think of your interest in documentary, because from what I know, documentary, the first thing a producer will ask is like, what's the story? Not what's the conflict, but what's the story? So I wonder how, I guess, your understanding of narrative or storytelling has changed throughout this whole process, because it's obviously very specific, but maybe quite intangible.
How my understanding of a narrative has changed. I guess I see it as something that's less of a beginning and an end, and more of a series of interrelated stories that come out. So, I mean, that's what I like. The whole concept of the Hakawati is this sort of embedding of a story into a story and multiple perspectives being heard. So in a way, and everything is always looping, like always the beginning and the end are at the same point. And so I think like sort of loops back. So I think that this idea of like interconnection is really what, for me, narrative is about.
Nicely put. Last word from Jumana.
Hi. Also really, really wish I was there in Venice to see this in real life. I mean, I don't have, I guess what I have to say is very much a bit related to like the last few points Lawrence was talking about, but a bit different, where so the ephemerality of the stories that you're collecting, they become made permanent within this AR app that you've kind of made, right? And I mean, some of the stories in what you presented, you're kind of focusing on the gender conflict, but there's a lot of sort of the intersectionality with other conflicts, like the generational conflicts, and how that kind of comes in. And I think that's where that's where what I wanted to say kind of relates with Lawrence. But then I wanted to ask how does it work when you kind of start adding more stories, and how does it morph? Like how does the project start morphing into like a different aspect? Does it stay in AR? Does it kind of become like a separate entity, a separate archive where you kind of go into and explore kind of different dates, different conflicts, let's say? I'm just saying how you're seeing where it's going.
No, I'm not interested in making it into an archive, because for me, like, I don't want to treat, in a way, I don't want to archive these stories like any other tangible object, in a way. Like I really wanted to keep on, in a way, evolving. So I want from this to have a conversation come out of it, where, like I said, from the you'd have a broadcast and different stakeholders meeting and discussing what could happen next, and then honestly from that point, after a conversation has happened and people have basically sort of, I mean, I see it as a building agency from these like sort of intimate experiences to like the policy scale. So I don't really know how a change can happen after that. I think it's just, but for my job, it would be to like offer the platform, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I don't see it as being stored anywhere. Just a conclusion. I mean, the space.
So how long do you?
I mean, it could be for like, for example, the space could be in London for a month, and then it generates a lot of content, and then it moves somewhere else and it tackles a different theme and generates different kind of content, and then it keeps going like that. But I don't see it as a sort of archive. Yeah.
I suggest we all go to Venice and check everything out in person in order to continue that line of inquiry. But Yasmin, thank you so much for kicking off the afternoon with such a compelling work. And thanks, critics, again. I see clapping going on. That's nice. Yolanda, we're going to turn it over to you and your project from Experimental 9, the Moscow synthesizer. Over to you, Yolanda.
Are you able to see the full screen?
Yes, indeed.
So hi, I'm Yolanda, and I'm about to present my third year project, City Synthesizer. The project is a series of interactive infrastructural prototype that I use to direct Moscow urban flow. The project introduces new space of transition that act as disturbance to a functionalist logistics, which is optimized to deliver an ideal journey between A and B. Each machine is turning the flow around it, creating disharmony, but together they're able to script the impromptu music of Moscow. These transit machines are non-programmed. From within this experiment, new programmatic ideas of relations will emerge. The city of Moscow has experienced a concentric expansion, with Kremlin always being its center. As the city population grew, radial roads are redefined by increasingly larger concentric borders that add land to the existing city. People from the outside of Moscow are attracted to the center to participate in this culture of congestion. Moscow is a city that operates on a scripted schedule where most of the people's time are spent on transit. The transit network agglomeration was caused by a shared of centripetal indirect routes, and these severe traffic condition is a crucial question, the lives of Muscovites, which are not addressed. People that live in the periphery doesn't necessarily need to go through the center, but they have to because of the confinement of these metro lines that only crosses in the middle. The new mayor office has started to layer alternative ways of transport, such as train, trolley bus, and new bike lanes in easing the pressure of metro. All of the cities beyond the reasonable working distance from the metro nodes really exist. I was particularly interested in these places between the expanding edge of the city and its center. That is where my project lies within. Moscow Metro is a monument of architecture, arts, and crafts, such as well as the ideology of the past era. The city builds on its infrastructure, but they can also cause us trouble if they do not meet the needs of the people and their future demand. Koolhaas had suggested Coney Island as the infant mythology of Manhattan, setting a celebratory account of the surreal culture of congestion. And Manhattan is an urban experiment in which the city becomes a factory for man-made experiences, a laboratory to test the potential of modern life. And he uses theme park as the main conceptual analogy for making a city. The project tries to tap on the paradox between the expanding, highly efficient contemporary model of development and the homogenization of Moscow's vibrant architectural landscape. It reimagines the infrastructural architecture as a new fiction of Moscow, and this research leads me to ask what is and where can we find the mythology of Moscow. Through this machinic intervention, one is able to connect the insanity of the theme park to the everyday commune of Moscow, writing its fiction in the form of infrastructural rights. I chose 3 existing sites that has different symptoms, where I used temporarily to test the applicability of 3 ideas for the rides. The first element is the new level changer, tested at the Manor Square, a site that had an enormous inaccessible underground shopping mall. The layering condition of the managed shopping center is particularly suitable to test the idea of a level changing infrastructure that convert the elevators into an inhabitable, slowly moving platform of which the circulation is unpredictable, allowing individual detour, moment of slippages, and surprise. The design has 5 self-rotating and elevating platform that can also close in for larger programs to occur. And the second site, Sokoniki Park, is a transition node between the periphery and the center, which was interesting for me to test the second ride, which is the confluence of education immersers through space, a spherical transfer ride. The cultural institutions are valuable monuments of architecture, but they are different to adapt to the spirit of the present. The consumption of digital media had caused the disembodiment between the body and the mind. The city nowadays has become extremely fluid, and yet the architectural space does not address that. And the second element, Unisphere, provides a platform that preserves and extends the spirit of the main institution building. The convergence of digital and physical occurs in both geometrical and experiential ways. The design of the capsule and universal track allows three-dimensional traveling between the old and the new infrastructure. The last site, Belaruski Station, is also a generous nodal square that is dedicated to transfer between busy everyday transit, trams, cars, trains, Aero Express, and metro. The idea of a pivoting zebra is instrumental for creating space for pedestrians among the busy transit flows. The choreography of the zebra is based on the principle of triple pendulum. Through doubling the rotation, the choreography of the zebra is much more complex and flexible, and that the space not only inside but around it could be used to generate new programs. My project alerts us not only to the impact of future rapid transportation, but also the multisensory experience in the city. While positioning that the city is a flow of process, breaking down the boundaries between institutions, typologies, and locations. Last but not least, please enjoy the final film. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yolanda.
I'll stop sharing.
Maybe we could kick off, Yolanda, by asking about emphasis. When you got to the end of your talk, you said, last but not least, enjoy the film. And then the film had this role as a finale. If we're talking about time-based media, to what extent could the film encapsulate the whole presentation? Or for you, is the film about a very specific moment in a larger presentation that still adopts, let's call it, conventional ways of explaining or unpacking a project and talking through drawings, etc.? Is the film trying to find its place within the creative arc, of your work across a whole academic year, because it doesn't begin and end with the film in your own work? Or does it displace other sorts of work? In other words, how do you know it's for the end? We could have seen the film at the beginning and maybe unpacked it. Where does it sit in your mind as the finale or the exceptional piece?
I think the film firstly was, I think it was a great tool for me to show the experiential part of the project, because my project is quite large in the sense it doesn't really goes into like the human scale, but is rather looking at Moscow in a quite general, from the quite general pictures. You can see a lot of the images are from like area view, and you see the plan of the city. So the film was actually quite important for me to show how it would feel, or how some of the messages are trying to convey through probably also the music with the image together. The reason I put it at the end is because I sort of want, I think it's the film sort of makes sense by itself as well. But it would be nice to look at everything together. It sort of puts the whole entire project together by showing the film at the end. Yeah.
So yeah, you have foregrounded our way of reading the film by virtue of its placement in your presentation. Thank you. Others?
I can just start. I really enjoyed kind of this idea of replicating the fluidity of the human onto the city. And it has this playful, kind of very random, almost chaotic vibe onto Moscow. And that's, in my opinion, a better representation of kind of the universe we live in than, how cities are built right today. But I have a question. Did you go to Moscow?
Never. I wish. No.
I as well, I wanted to say the animation was beautiful, but I was wondering, kind of outside of the city scale, how does that relate to kind of the smaller scale, which is on the scale of the human? So how does kind of those two things relate, and where do you see kind of, maybe you don't want to go into culture and heritage, but how do you see those two scales kind of relating and within what you were proposing?
I think my knowledge of Moscow sort of stops at everything you can find on the internet, and I was trying to look through these 4K footage on YouTube where they take you through Moscow, and because it's done with like films footage, you have a very confined view and a view of a person that goes through these subway stations every day, and that's how I sort of make like a fragmented image of Moscow just by looking at information that I can find online, which is also interesting because that's how we were actually experiencing, I think, cultural space a lot over the past 2 years because of the COVID, and that was quite an interesting way for me to explore just by researching on the information, because we don't have any field trips last year. But I think if I go to Moscow, that would probably completely change my project again. I think it would be interesting for me to actually visit there.
It's such an interesting question about like reality and representation going into time-based media, and exactly what Jemana and Mark saying about like what you're foregrounding, because it's so clear from seeing the film that there's this delirious playground, fun atmosphere. There's a shopping trolley on the right that's like turning right, which I love, and it's so interesting because I feel there's like two ways of going about it. One is the kind of documentary truth question, because it's nothing like Moscow. I went to Moscow and it's actually really like Beijing in the sense that when you're there, the city it's meant to make you feel small, right? That's the whole ideology of it. You're just feeling like a tiny, insignificant person in like 20-lane highways and so on, with Red Square or Tiananmen at the center. So that's one thing. You have to like make it feel like Moscow, which I don't think is possible when you're getting like 4K footage online. The other kind of tradition is, I guess, basing it on your mediatized inheritance of a place. So I'm thinking of, what is it, like Franz Kafka's America, which he never went to America, he wrote America, and it's just based on like an idea about the place. So all I'm trying to say is that that's an equally valid speculation, especially nowadays. You know, I think global cities exist as much, if not more, in fantasy or through like tourism than in, you know, what it actually feels to look like. And I'm also just reminded, like someone was telling me before that I think Koolhaas was writing what would later be Delirious New York when he was basically having a residency at the Institute of Architecture and Urban Studies. So it was basically a postgraduate project that just got expanded further. So I'm just interested in how, I know you haven't finished everything, but what, if you're interested in this, I guess, playful psychedelicness, or you're a bit more practically minded, like where would you like to go next, really?
I think I'll just address both as well, because I think you guys will also capture my problem when I was developing the project, and I changed the name from Moscow Synthesizer to City Synthesizer, just because Moscow is also quite globalized in a way and modernized. So yeah, I think that was also the point of the film, that was not look too much like Moscow, but it gives this deliriousness that you can maybe that you have when you visit any of these cities, like the insanity of the theme park into the urban space. And also, I think I wouldn't, because I am taking a year out this year, so I just joined practices and actually looking at things that are more practical. But I've just decided also to start making more film, probably, maybe even full time. I'm deciding. So I'm interested in pursuing more with filmmaking and looking at how I could use this medium further, perhaps expanding my past projects and actually visiting them if possible, and revisit the projects again. Yeah.
Sounds like a good year out revelation. Paul or others?
Yeah, I really like the way you presented it, and I kind of enjoy the sort of the contradiction of the way that you talk about your work, because you do it very straight, as if this is a practical piece of urban infrastructure that we all have to have, and you're kind of neglecting the fact that it's just very fun. You know, I would happily sit and watch one of your interventions for several hours. You know, like everyone looked at the London Eye when it went up, and my children would adore looking at your interventions and things. And I quite like the way that you've sort of revealed the mechanics of theatre and brought them into an architectural context to provide us this sort of new sort of urban theatre that we're looking at. And it reminded me of the idea and notion of the fountain, which is an architectural element that is not practical in any way, shape or form, yet engages people and as an object of beauty in itself. And so I think that I kind of see your project as a series of very, very beautiful interventions that you could get just as much benefit from watching as you would by actually physically engaging with them and using them as part of your daily commute. But I'd just like to ask you a question. You call it a synthesizer, which is obviously the meaning of synthesis is a sort of a new element born of the combination of other things. You know, what are you actually synthesizing? How do you see the sort of something new emerging from your interventions? Is it a personal thing in the way that you engage with the city, or is it something that the city benefits from?
It's something that I discovered that was really interesting. Just after the World War, there were a lot of weapons remnants from KGBs, and people from Moscow, from Russia, are scavenging these pieces and making them into synthesizer that all sound different. So that's the point for my machines, that they are sort of have different ways of redirecting the urban flow and try to break what we call like the smart city concept, and using these sort of nostalgic machines, the machines that actually make mistakes, to just break the protocols, what our phone orders, where our phone orders us to go. And I think for the practical and the phantasmagorical part of my project, where you just reminded me, is that when I was looking at my technical study, I looked into like amusement rides, the roller coaster, and also discover they use the same conductor rail as the train in Moscow. So the technology of the theme park are actually also used in our daily life, which was quite surprising to me and quite interesting. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yolanda, it seems that you've recognized something in the work after the fact, and that coming to this sort of strange idea of an open jury looking back to last year is actually helpful given your year out. And hopefully, if you're taking the step now to consider more filmmaking, some of the comments here might be quite useful. I think the idea of synthesizer, which was something very compelling across the brief of the unit, will keep coming up in your work. I mean, not just synthesizing time, but synthesizing representation. So many thanks, Yolanda.
Thank you.
All right. We'll see one more project and then we'll have a comfort break. I will turn over to something completely different, emerging technology program with Amal, George, Clinton, and Aleph presenting their project, Cyber Physical Prolepsis, Inclusive Strategies in the Era of Digitalization. Over to you, MTech.
Hello, everyone. So can you hear me clearly? So yeah. I'll be sharing my screen, so just notify me in case the recording isn't, if you can't hear it.
Public spaces provide a destination for individuals, a space of recreation and interaction. However, in the 21st century, these spaces are witnessing less collaboration and activity sharing. Digitalization is connecting people in the virtual world or cyberspace. The resulting virtual platforms are acting as tools for communication, sharing moments and experiences. Minimal interaction is occurring in public spaces that are used simply as circulation nodes within growing cities. Segregation and digitalization are creating exclusive spaces. Hence, inclusive design emerges as a necessity by adopting inclusive strategies, targeting the two realms: digital, using cyber-physical systems, anticipatory design and digitalization; physical, by employing kinetic systems. Metropolitan cities around the world are regions consisting of a densely populated urban core with an ongoing growth rate, making them proper candidates for the intervention. London was chosen as the area of investigation due to its diverse demographic and ease of access to resources. An algorithm was built to filter out potential sites in London based on criteria, which are area, distance in between for potential networks, proximity to main roads, and accessibility. 5 candidate sites were highlighted, and after further analysis regarding 24 access, Alyssa and Casa was chosen as the site of intervention. Documented footage of the site shows how the space acts as circulation node and have minimal activities. An advantage of the site is its diverse surrounding, which provides wide variety of users. Public spaces are divided into a 3 by 3 meter grid, which define a 3 by 3 by 3 meter slots, where activities can take place. The anticipatory system utilizes the inclusive strategies to process and propose different distributions of activities on frequent intervals of 1 hour. In order to broaden the scope of the inclusive strategies, a catalog of activities was formed and categorized. In the scope of this project, the effect of commercial, work-related, social, cultural, and recreational activities was preferred. A multi-stable kinetic structure is proposed, which can be compacted and moved robotically to minimize any permanent intervention to the public space. Each module is designed to fit within a cube of 3 meters. The module is divided into 4 parts, mainly the canopy, column, partition, and base. At the canopy level, to ensure compact towards the center of the cube, origami folding patterns are applied and simulated on the intended morphology. Based on the behavior of the pattern when folded and size of the compact state, the flasher pattern is selected. Subsequently, various scales of the selected pattern are simulated on controlling its rigid and fixed parameters to determine the subdivisions of the surface, to optimize for number of panels versus the size of the folded canopy. At the column scale, its size and profile is determined such that it fits within the central void of the canopy. Similar origami experiments are carried out by applying different origami patterns and scales to the column to ensure its compactness. The partition is designed using the subdivision scale obtained from the canopy experiments. They adopt an accordion folding pattern to fold along the external edge of the canopy. The base is designed to functionally act as a seat, also providing counterweight to the cantilevering canopy. In the compact version of the module, the base unfolds to enclose all other parts. The bottom of the base houses the electronics and mechanics required to make the module mobile, along with the controllers required for actuation. To actuate each of the parts from its compact to unfolded state, the actuation mechanism proposed is a combination of air pockets situated between the folds, along with tension cables attached between the panels. The dimension of the pneumatic actuators is determined by identifying its fixed and variable parameters and conducting physical experiments to determine the angle achieved between panels. Based on the selected dimension, the number of pneumatic actuators per fold is derived parametrically based on the angle to be achieved. Each subdivision of the module is made up of solid lightweight wood or carbon fiber panel inserted between 2 layers of ETFE film. The pockets are also fabricated using ETFE. The piped air connections run in the gap between 2 panels and is also enclosed between the layers of film. A single pump situated at the base is used to inflate the pockets. Each pocket is connected to an air splitter valve over which a servo motor and microcontroller is used to control and regulate the flow of air. Based on the part actuated, the module caters to different functions. The functions are associated with seating, canopy for shade, partition for visual blockage, and enclosure for privacy. The anticipatory system is designed around synchronous data collection and processing. The generative design proposes an anticipatory suggestion, which can be modified and actuated by the user's agency. 2 data sources provide the appropriate data for the system's actuation. Automating observation through computer vision, the movement and the behavioral patterns of the pedestrians are mapped. Crowdsourcing through mobile devices provide insight with regard to user preferences, interactions, and engagement to the activities taking place in the public space. Raw data is processed into numerical inputs through a number of statistical and computational processes for the system's anticipatory suggestion and provide means of evaluation for a public space's inclusivity. On intervals of 1 hour, the system suggests activity distributions based on the current site state, the data-informed inclusive strategies, and the time adaptation. According to the derived metrics, the appropriate inclusive strategies are selected and applied. Through a series of experiments, the effect of diverse strategies were explored based on predefined scenarios. Further experiments were conducted to determine the independent values of the anticipatory system's backend. Additional inclusive strategies can be implemented in the form of predefined and adaptive scenarios that correspond to different timescales of the context. Aside from the time adaptation, the system adapts the assigned typologies to the activities based on the climatic data of a given location. As a case study, the context and the spatial information of Elephant and Castle were captured and recreated digitally in a point cloud format. The anticipatory system is implemented in a digital twin format. The digital twin acts as a digital replica of the public space, reflecting its current state and allowing for the integration of the anticipatory cycle. In this particular case, a digital twin of the Elephant and Castle roundabout was generated, along with its respective activity slots. The current state of the site is reflected alongside the inclusivity evaluation. The adaptation according to the time and the climatic variables derived by the API can also be inspected. The system's interaction is effectuated through an augmented reality application. Users can visualize, modify, interact, and customize their experience in the public space. The augmented reality application was further tested on site to evaluate its usability. It allows people to assign different activities based on their will, as well as interact and connect with other users through digital means. Through sci-fi prolepsis, we envision a system that incites and enhances the social aspect of public spaces. By adopting a data-driven design approach, reactive and interactive attributes of the physical and digital realms can be integrated and achieved. Expanding on the potentiality of cyber-physical systems, the project is tightly linked with opportunities regarding the inclusion of subsequent public spaces in various urban environments. Hence, we inquire and speculate on the possibilities that this system entails in involving broader demographics and further mitigating segregation between physical and digital media. Through the project, we hope to incite a thought and further a conversation, firstly towards continual addition of digitalization to the built environment around us and how the use, implementation, and integration of the digital world with the physical can help break from the static nature of the space we inhabit.
Thank you. Hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you, George and team. George, can I ask a question about, not about the project, but about the skill set to create it? There's clearly the proposal, and then there's its presentation, which run the gamut of all sorts of sort of online, even gaming visualization and graphics and animation. There's clearly a lot of curation around color and tone and superimposition of information, and then the pacing. Where does that come from? How was your team trained, or did you come in with the skill set to create such a thing? Because that's beyond the skill set to make the proposal for the aggregate nimble system. That's a representational skill set that seems to be pretty sophisticated, even at postgraduate level. Where did that happen in your training?
So basically, throughout the whole program in MTech, we get to learn several software, several programs where we have to adapt. And also, along MTech, we have to enrich our own skill sets. We have to learn on our own as well. And in our team, as a team of 4 individuals, we try to utilize each one's capabilities and skill sets, because definitely in 4 different individuals, you have people which are, let's say, more knowledgeable about a certain software other than others and can work better on it. So basically, that's how we integrated all of these skills together in order to come up with this proposal.
If I can just add to that,
go ahead.
I think it was more of a dream that the 4 of us had, that we wanted to have a presentation of such kinds. And I don't think we had much of the skill set coming into this, at least to make a full-fledged video like this. But it's all about just tutorialing your way through what you want. It's learning basically throughout the course of it.
Smiles on my face. Good. Critics?
I'm just going to hop in here to say it was very impressive, especially to a Luddite like me. For the team, one thing I would say, I mean, I don't really have much to say in terms of critique. But just with the presentation again, it's so sophisticated and there's so much information and so much action, which I know you were probably trying to make as efficient as possible. But I think it could almost be slowed down a little, especially where you start to go into the breakdown of demographics by gender or by religion, because it was so quick. I mean, I just can't read that fast, and maybe it wasn't as important, but I almost wanted to see it like where I could pause it. So that's just my only feedback, is to say it's super impressive. I don't really have much to say of how you could develop it, but I do think that for the lay person such as myself, who's not, you know, an architect or a tech person, the pace could go a little slower in the presentation.
Adding on this, the thing is, because we're 4 of us, we're MSCs, and this was our final presentation. So after the final jury, we have to present a book. So in the book, you go more into detail, and we have a limit of 10 minutes to present the video. Yeah. So it's a whole lot of information squeezed into 10 minutes. That's why we totally understand.
It's super impressive. I mean, you know, it feels like another world to me. I don't quite know how you did it, but it's very impressive and very ambitious, which is, you know, nice to see.
Thank you.
And I know it's hard to collaborate. So it looks like you guys had a good team dynamic, because it's not always easy to work in a team and get that kind of result.
Yeah, it was.
I'd like to add that, I mean, it's an amazing project, and thank you for sharing it with us. I think that, like all architects and like all students, you've developed sort of the ultimate project in that it does everything. It's a Swiss Army knife, if you will. It's looking at people, it's evaluating communities, it's evaluating how people behave. It then proposes a series of strategies for people to engage with and interact with in the urban realm and on a personal level. And I think if I was to be critical, which is obviously why I'm here, I suppose, it's doing everything, all things to all people. And I actually kind of, towards the end of the presentation, I kind of felt it wasn't really a solution, but I was looking at a dystopia where I was being spied upon by some all-seeing eye that was suggesting new ways of how it thinks I should be spending my downtime. Now, Elephant and Castle is a pretty gloomy place, which I think could certainly benefit from a project such as this. But I was, at the back of my mind throughout the whole presentation, I was concerned about the ethical implications of things suggesting how people should be behaving and how it thinks people will be behaving during their free time and when they're engaging in a public open space. Now, I'm really glad that you've tried this, but I'd just like you to talk a little bit about sort of where you think the ethical implications of this project are and what you could sort of shore off a little bit to make it a little bit more sort of inclusive, let's say.
Mm-hmm. Maybe I can answer this question. What we were trying to do is to set up the basis upon which many other additions could be added, and the ethical aspect of it is a main core that we should critically reflect upon, and we should be really careful how we address. The way that we structured the project is that we used many different data collection techniques and tried to compose them. This is so versatile as well, like many different data collection types that are more ethical according to each, let's say, context can be addressed. For example, in many contexts, computer vision might not be the most suitable solution for that. But aside from that, we designed a more additive system upon which many different implementations of other kind of strategies can be added, meaning that this way it's not a static system and there is not like a static relationship between the person who operates and imposes these strategies to the public, but there's a dynamic relationship between these two, because the system can be affected by the public as well as much the public can be affected by the system. It's much more of a collective sort of attempt through the gathering of data, rather than a one-way, an operator saying what should be done according to what types of data we collect and this is imposed to the public. That's what we tried to develop more rather than this one-way relationship.
Yeah, I think your use of the word imposed is the word that frightens me. I think that we should be allowed to engage with it on our own level and on our own terms, and I think that what you've developed, which is to be applauded, is a wonderful sort of nodal interactive system which does allow people to engage with technology, and especially sort of in a very cybernetic ideal about how sort of architecture can be responsive. I'm just thinking that maybe in future iterations of the work, you could actually think about how this could affect building systems and building operations in a way that it could actually see how people use space, how people interact with building performance systems. I mean, I know it's a bit more boring and not as exciting, but it certainly would resolve some of the imposition I'm feeling in it. But congratulations anyway, it's an amazing effort.
Thank you very much.
One thing to clarify, yeah, so because I think it was not well caught, it's not an imposive, but a more suggestive system. And that's kind of how we look at technology when it's integrated, that it needs to be suggestive and enhance rather than impose what they think is.
I still don't want anyone suggesting what I do in my spare time. Thank you very much. I'll do that.
I think it's really interesting. I mean, knowing a little bit about the program, I think it's just so, how should I say, the ideological foundations of what you're trying to do are so different, because you're trying to use a essentially like scientific methodology to create a design argument as opposed to like a poetic methodology of, narrative world building. So I think kind of like Paul is saying, the terrifying aspects of the total world building are there, but I also understand it seems to me part of the, in a normal scientific experiment, the experiment happens without intervention by the scientist. Whereas what you're trying to do is you're designing and reacting and monitoring, and that feeding back into the design system, which creates a really fundamental, it's somewhere in between art making and science. So I really applaud that navigating between these different things. I would agree with Kathy in the sense that it when you're so used to a methodology that is solve everything through data, or solve everything through technology, or solve anything through a different computer program, that can become the lens through which you see problem solving. So what I might suggest is, for example, I saw there was one of the screens or one section where it had like data hypothesis this. If I increase this, this will happen. I would just like to, ask you, was there a central hypothesis overarching the whole thing? Because that would help guide the viewer at the outset of the video, which was amazing. But at the outset of the video, because I think at the end, you actually the narrator summarizes what the purpose was. And like we were saying in a couple of crits before, it would be nice to actually have that at the beginning to guide us, because it starts with a very huge global view of, what is a global metropolis and so on. So I think that might be interesting. And I just wonder how you thought of between all of you as a team navigating that paradox between a parascientific practice and trying to create a time-based narrative out of that.
Yeah, with regards to that, the initial parts of the thesis were developed more as a research. So there was a lot of literature research, which carried on to our experiments as we developed the project. So this was not like the final outcome that we came up as a design proposal, but it was rather a manifestation of all the research and experiments that we did. And apparently this is a stage in our project which can continue on, can be and can evolve to create more inclusive spaces, more inclusive strategies, and so on. So all of these aspects were started initially more on literature-based reviews, such as, for example, in inclusive strategies that you saw the scenarios switching through. We based our research on young architects. They have many publications regarding inclusive strategies. So this is somewhat that we tried to incorporate in a more wide framework, and we tried to see its implementation and manifestation in the architectural language, and how we can use those different multidisciplinary attributes of a project into one cohesive product.
I just have one small kind of question. I mean, most of what I was thinking about was already covered, and rather than the small details. With how far technology has developed, and what role do you see it taking within this process? How far and how much of it would technology be taking, and then what role do you see yourselves taking, using it as a tool or separately from it? Like, where are the boundaries between the two? And I just want to know a bit about your opinion on that.
So if I can take answer that as well, everyone can jump in. My personal opinion is that this is quite a speculative project. Of course, it doesn't belong into the real world as it is right now, and there are many implications such as privacy and so on that we've discussed earlier. But this is it belongs to the R&D department, a thought-provoking department where you can hypothesize and speculate on the implementation of, for example, data-driven approaches, which are on the rise in the R&D departments of the industry nowadays, and how this can be implemented in such a product. And of course, many conclusions out of this project can lead to some small, more tangible applications in the real world. For example, as Paul suggested, it could be applied to monitoring, for example, the usage of a room and assigning or managing better the flow, the circulation. There are many outputs of this product that can be utilized in different aspects. So I would say, for me, it belongs mostly to the R&D department of the architecture practice.
That would seem to be where emergent technologies positions itself. And I think what Paul's asking is the ramifications of the proposal have to be contended with. So it's not to say that there's something critically missing, but once the project is at that level, the impact of its sort of test market, we'll take Paul, for example, shows you the implications of the system in different layers, which might be very personal or might be social or cultural. So a nimble, reactive, twitchy, smart future that allows for the system to emerge has to maybe take into account the ramifications or the pushback from the populations you're meaning to serve. It doesn't mean to say it's impossible to do both, but I think one comes naturally from the other. So I think Paul's reticence to accept the premise is something to take on board, not to change the design, but actually to change how you present it, because there's something about the implications of the project in the civic space, right, which is doing something transformative, and obviously there would be reaction and pushback or questions around the changed effect. So I thought the comments really good on this project, and you've certainly brought it to a level where we can have quite a sophisticated conversation. So wishing you well with final presentations, and hats off to the group.
Thank you.
I promised a comfort break. Let's take 5, everyone, a bit of a quick tea or cappuccino, and we'll come back and rejoin to look at the work of Experimental Unit 5. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. We have 2 more projects to look at as part of Open Jury, and then we'll have some time for a concluding conversation. It's a pleasure to introduce Hiro Yamane presenting When Islands Breathe from Experimental 5. Over to you, Hiro.
Thank you. Let's see if it works. Right. Yeah, I'm going to start my presentation. When Ireland breathes. So let me start with this image. This is HSBC headquarters, designed by the Forsyth Partners, or Britain's first building to sell for more than £1 billion. But I'm placing the building in the middle of the ocean, as if the desert island is waiting for the drifter. Why am I starting with this surreal image? Let's look at HSBC among other financial institutions in the neighborhood of Canary Wharf. Or zoom out a little bit, it's located in the Isle of the Dogs. Isle of the Dogs was martial land before 1800. With the construction of docks, it turned into the center of trading, importing goods such as sugar, rum, tobacco, cotton, spices, and coffee. After multiple declines caused by the World War in 40s and by the trend of international continentalization of dockers in 70s, massive ships are no longer needed for the business. Instead, it transformed into this trading center of invisibles such as derivative, bond, securities by financial institutions as we see today. Looking at ongoing situation, Brexit has triggered both assets and workforce migration out to other cities. Also, working from home by COVID effectively wiping the people out of the financial district. On top of these challenges, there are the systematic changes in the field, the categorization by machines. In the quest of better and more efficient algorithm, they hire talented computer scientists to make their trading faster through high-frequency training. The advent of deep neural networks enable far more complex predictions. For example, DeepMind are working to predict and analyze football games from how players are playing. While it looks like purely entertainment field of innovation, it could be applicable to how financial analysts predict the outlook of company growth. More and more traders will be replaced, and analysts are in the queue as well. Google published a paper in June. The machine learning has produced better chip design than human. Practically, machine is getting good at designing their own brand. The trend of machines entering into human creativity continues, and it will accelerate exponentially. Those conditions correspond to the theory post-scarcity economists raises, stating that the labor is minimized as the goods are produced in abundance by automating technology. In this context, the image is not simply an illusion. The building is becoming desert island as the demand for human occupation is being less and less important. This condition of post-scarcity calls for new manifesto for urban life cycle. Manifesto point 5, it dies. When it is forgotten, entropy reaches maximum, back to wilderness, approaching a state of the death as a sign. Physicist Arvin Schrödinger, an important figure in the development of quantum physics, has said during the lecture in 1943 that the death has the state of reaching maximum entropy. The organism, formally including the architecture, requires metabolism that, quote, succeeding in freeing itself from the entropy it cannot help producing while alive. I mean, simplistically put, if human doesn't use the architecture, it approaches death just because it fails to perform this exchange between itself and environment to counteract this ever-increasing entropy. So what can we do against this death? The image evolves into animation. What if the building is maintained by the scaffolding to avoid it from being collapsed? HSBC headquarters and other buildings in Canary Wharf is parasitically supported by the scaffolding. The scaffolding structure follows this cubic diamond structure of for the extra strength and durability allotrope of carbon. But human cannot really perform this complex scaffolding for empty, decaying buildings, but then through. Here I'm introducing these bots for autonomous maintenance. Build a bot. It carries and assembles this element for scaffolding structure. It is equipped with this infrared light in order to measure the depth precisely. The scaffolding has this joint system that doesn't require nails. Therefore, the robots can work together and choreograph together to assemble the diamond cubic. Robot is equipped with this magnets so that they can be activated by the electric charge. So it can move up, around, and climb up. The study bot likes to look at the birds. The study bot is designed so it constantly listens for bird songs. The waveform they uploaded to the online birder community, such as Experimentale, and therefore the study bot can be a part of our birding community alongside human. The other role of the study bot is to look for birds' excrement with the UV light of a specific wavelength. While they can only see a sliver of what human can see, it still can accomplish its role of studying birds. Notified by study bot, CareBot will take care of the cleaning itself. It vacuums the surface, then it collects the droppings as a material for researching the bird habitations and more. So those bots are maintainer for the building and they're ready to welcome the new dwellers. Manifesto point 4, it demands care. It becomes alive when it is taken care of. Dwellers' conscious maintenance induces physical and metaphysical recasting. So this bird watching is not really exclusive to forest and countryside. But in fact, if you look at the London Birds Club wiki, this is constantly updated even throughout the pandemic, showing how active they are as a community. I scraped 8,000 entries from that wiki and geotagged each of them and plotted them on the map. Square indicates the Isle of the Dogs. At least 33 different birds can be found. They travel freely across continents while we are locked down in a small flat in London. The bird migrates into city as robots working hard to maintain the buildings. Here's an elevation of a scaffold migration to HSBC. Birders taking pictures of woodpecker as CleanBot cleans and the billbots going to the next maintenance spot. Monk parakeet is curious about study bots. And goldfinch is sighted by the group of binoculars. And the seagull is passing over the birder's head. So birds migrate from all around the world, but how about these bots? So robots hop onto this floating island, which passes through the canal from the south of the Isle of the Dock. The dock called the Millwall Dock, that's the dispatch point. Here are site photography and corresponding shooting spots. As you can see, the skyscraper reflecting over on the water of the dock. This shot from the Glasgow bridge looking towards the south. The dispatch point of the road delivery is this steamy island in the middle of the dock. Point 3, it emerges, it interacts with the environment, it observes while internal activity gradually seeps into its external context. The island emerged as a construct for combining the site with other organisms such as birds, robots, human, through this ritualistic maintenance for the dying buildings. Here's a section of the island with a massive chimney standing in the middle. The island features this public heated lido, letting the public to enjoy swimming even during the winter. Since the dock water is currently active with kayaking and windsurfing operated by the local water sports center, it melts the boundary between lido swimmers and the water sport audience. But then, okay, so this heated lido, where's the heat coming from? It comes from this excess energy of geothermal power plant. By drilling around like 2,000 to 3,000 meters, it can reach the heat spot. By injecting the water into underground, we can use the heated water for generating electricity with turbine. Because it's geothermal, emission from the chimney is purely a steam, another state of the water. So this is the overview of the chimney island. Let's look inside the island. The facility sits next to the geothermal plant is this boats factory. So left is a boat factory, right is boat factory, left is a geothermal plant. The boats are paradoxically produced by another automated system, just as another profit of just like profits from financial sectors are pumped into machine algorithm that returns more profit. It is a feedback loop that questions the sheer value of production itself in this automated society. The observatory is situated on top of the hill. There is a farm on the east of the dock called the Budshoot Farm, where we can invite those sheep and cows for an even better view of the city. The outer ring is for animals and the inner slope is for human. Only the animal can be on top of the roof and enjoy the best view of the cityscape. Observatory gives the view to other animals, not limited to human. The island is covered by these blurring steams. When looked from above, the boundary line is blurred and continuously changing. Actually, this island is shaped after another image of island, the island that never exists. The shape was formed after the output of generator adversarial network. I trained a machine for several days with the such images of island. In the dream of machine sees, their interpretation of the island is continuous and never static. The point two, it demarcates. It constantly seeks a balance between itself and external context. It fluctuates, dilates, and erodes. The island visually modifies demarcation by steam, as well as activities brought by the islands also blend with this existing surroundings, such as water sports activity and farms nearby. The heavy industrial-looking chimney shows the stark contrast against the background of skyscraper of Canary Wharf. The rather unusual juxtaposition of chimney and high-rises reminds city dwellers of this active underlying tectonic movement barely seen in the daily lives of static architecture. Therefore manifests point one, it animates, etymologically, it breathes. It consists of a living entity. The breath from the core of the earth looks after robotic maintenance of empty city. Dispatched floating islands implicitly connects the resident part of the islands of the eye of the dock to the commercial highlights of skyscraper sitting in the defunct docks. The maintenance invites birds and other animals, including human observing the activity of other species. So by the time the empty buildings are all covered and migrated by the other dwellers, the island is no longer covered with the steam fogs. It stops breathing because no need to manufacture and dispatch the robots anymore. The artificial island gradually and slowly permeates into wilderness and accepting the death. The project manifests the life cycle of architecture from its brief of birth to its last breath in the age of post-scarcity economy. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Hiro. Hiro, I wonder if you can take us to a favorite still image from your presentation you want us to linger on. I like the robots bringing their elements together myself, but
yeah, I like robots too.
All right.
This guy is kind of nice.
Yeah. Can I ask
so
you?
You can hold. Yeah.
The robots. It's a story within a story, right? You've got your presentation. Unlike other presentations today, you're narrating it live, but it's in syncopation with, and there's a lot of control in how the images and film clips move with your narration. So that's an interesting trick. And then with the story within the story, with just the robots, we bring in what has to be acknowledged as character. These robots are awfully cute, and they're listening to birdsong, and they're building this new island, this new space, which has a life cycle. For me, they stand in as the figure. We've talked a lot about the figure or the representation of the humanoid today in the different representations of time-based media. So to what extent does the robot work in your film in that moment, the story within the story, as a new kind of character? And does it displace the human in favor of something else, but nevertheless hold on to the idea of a story or a sort of afterlife? I think that's what you're getting at here, but it's interesting that I think you play games with narrative and you play games with the idea of figure and occupation that the robot stands in for other sort of tropes of occupation we would normally see.
Yeah, I think true. This robot is sometimes people see this as a kind of like opposite opponent of how we live. But for example, when people see this Boston Dynamics, like big dogs being kicked, people have this sympathy, like empathy to, hey, don't kick this dog because, you know, don't bully that. So I think there is this sort of like, even though machine was like developed as a tool, it started to have this like sort of like it's not I cannot really say it's a consciousness of anything, but it sort of have feel of like part of ecosystem, like as if it's the same as like a insect, or it's could be petted as an object. So I think it's becoming a little bit. It's the position of this robot is getting really, really blurred. It's not a tool anymore. Then what is it? So is this doing the maintenance for us? But is it bring us a good future, or it's going to be bringing a dystopian future of like completely like robot only city? But this one I wanted to try to combine human also involved in this robot maintaining bird, because bird is being observed by human. So I wanted to try to put together a little bit of utopian sort of story in the context of like possibly dystopian progress of technology, because like though the deep learning stuff are now used for a lot of stuff, for example the autonomous like warfare machines, and some people use that for finding this oil site to trying to extract as much as oil possible using this satellite images, also computer vision, highly enhanced by this machine learning algorithm. So there's this definitely a lot of like direction it can go, how this machine is developing, but I kind of wanted to bring this fun, little bit optimistic part of how we can live together.
I think it's that moment of the play within the play. It works. I mean, it also sat 2/3 of the way into your narrative, and it for me it was a kind of exceptional moment. Over to our critics.
Well, I will just say, Hiro, it's again a very impressive project, and your presentation was excellent. You really fit a lot of information in a small amount of time, and that's hard to do when it's not recorded. I was very interested about the elements of the animals having the best view, and the birds and the bots, and it was very interesting to me, that kind of trifecta of animals, humans, and machines, and also this maybe environmental thing. And I was wondering, you know, how much for you, because birds are such a big topic, especially in the US and well everywhere, but about how, you know, we're killing them off and it's destroying different ecosystems. But how important for you and for this project was the idea of environmental concerns? It doesn't seem, yes, please go ahead.
No, it's not really like a explicit focus for this project, but I think as I showed you in this map of how like birds can travel around the world, which practically connecting all this ecosystem in each habitat. That's also interesting because it's not something human does that often. Some people fly around and just using massive energy, but birds are like having different travel methods to like inhabiting other cities. So I thought that's definitely something to do with like an environmental aspect of how the bird is in this particular context is I mean, how they are using this earth as their like whole home. So they're like everywhere for them is like their house. And then while we are like locked in this like tiny flat in London, I thought it was kind of fun paradox. Even though we see birds and other animals sometimes like, they're like tiny animal that doesn't really affect us, but actually they are really, really intelligent how to navigate those places without any GPS and everything. So this notion of knowledge, intelligence is also quite interesting how these animals have in their world. I'm not sure I'm responded to your question, but
no,
but yes, I do. Yeah, I do interested in this whole environment, but also like holistic global influence of each organisms. Yeah.
The other thing that I was curious about is at the beginning you mentioned entropy, and I felt that it was almost a pejorative. for you, and I wanted to question you about that because I don't know. I also feel entropy can be a beautiful thing aesthetically and artistically, and I'm thinking of people like Robert Smithson or you know, even younger artists like Roger Hjorns, who uses entropy to make crystals. And I just wondered if you could say something about that entropy part of it, because it seemed like a major starting off point for you.
Right. I mean, when I was reading this book, What is Life by this Alan Schrödinger, he was like quantum physics, and he turned into this biological, he basically lectured about this biology. And he was talking about entropy as a measurement of disorder. So like we are exchanging this disorder from inside and also outside, and that will create this what is this? Metabolism is basically makes you alive. And he was also talking about entropy in terms of heat, and then how the heat is changing the state of molecules from like one state to the other, like the state changes from water, the fluid to solid. Mm-hmm. So that sort of tiny minute level of movement is also affecting us too. That's why I chose this term entropy, and how he kind of completely simplified this the state of death as, hey, this maximized entropy is a death, like universal heat death is a death. That was quite simplistic definition, but I thought it also contains a lot of aspects in how we live in the life. So that's why I chose this phrases. And
I think it's I think entropy is so important, and you know, it's like this white historical male writing, and I think that there's so many new voices and ideas around entropy, failure, you know, destruction as not necessarily negative things, and I think your project does that implicitly. So, but that was just, I mean, it just interesting. I don't want to hog your time, but very interesting project.
Thank you.
I had a really unique experience listening to this presentation. I've been on many crypt panels, and everyone is normally presenting a proposition. They're talking me through why they've chosen to build a building or do something that I should buy, I should inhabit, I should occupy, and they're spelling me a vision of a future which I could somehow become engaged in. And I realized towards the end of your presentation that it was not a proposition in the way that I anticipate a proposition, but the narrative was the proposition. You had a series of proposals that evolved and sort of unfolded themselves, each one a sort of a sequence of something else. And the final proposal was something completely different. And I realized that your presentation was the proposal in my own head, in a way. It's like something that George Louis Borges would have done, you know, that the final object is the story itself. And I thought that was absolutely unique and really, really beautiful. I really enjoyed it. It's like the story that J.G. Ballard never wrote. And I had that sense of narrative. I was sort of writing Drowned World and all that sort of normal archi-guff at the beginning. And then I realized actually that this was much deeper and much more touching, I suppose, to our human condition, especially in the context of an architectural crit, where there was this narrative that emerged from a series of sequential proposals that led to a totally new way of engaging with a site. So I congratulate you on that. I mean, that was absolutely magnificent. Although my only sort of architectural comment is that I heard a lot of sound in my head in this presentation, like the clicks and the chirps of the robots, and the sound of the birds and the sounds reflecting off the water. And yet it was a very silent project, and you never really alluded to how this project would sound. So that's probably my question, as it were, but thank you very much.
No, yeah, I think, yeah, I didn't I think I could have put another sensory sort of aspect of it, not only visual. Yeah, I agree. I think it's a little bit too visual and movement time-based. I mean, too much maybe animation. I could have used sound instead of movement maybe. But yeah, I think it's a good point.
Here, I hope you take on board what Paul was saying before as well, because it's quite unique and high praise of any project. So yeah, I think we'll come back to that at some point, maybe at the bar. Other comments?
Yeah, I can go. The first thing you showed was the HSBC building, and I actually think that was a good move, because it's the first building I see every single time I go into Canary Wharf, from Commercial Road, going in under the tunnel. As soon as you get out of the tunnel, it's the first building you see. And it became this emblematic building that represented that scale difference where you feel so small in this space. That was the kind of what you took me in, and the way you kind of extracted it and started analyzing it as this single kind of entity into an island. I thought that was really, really brilliant. And I guess I could. I wanted to know a bit more about the relationship between. I mean, I enjoyed it really like a lot, and just the way you took us through the narrative. But I wanted to know a little bit more about the relationship between the robots, the animals, and the humans, and just a little bit, if you can speak about that, that would be nice.
Sure. I think for me, as kind of I touched upon a little bit earlier, but as the robot become more capable of doing a lot of stuff, it become more complex as a object, not like just made up of motor and battery. When it tries to behave as if it has the soul, like anima, I think it can be treated as this, like same as animals. And then, but this part, ironically, kind of robots are facilitating this interaction between human and animals a little bit closer. So they're kind of like a mediator. So they are not in a position of like actual like natural organism or anything, but they are facilitating in between species communication between human and bird. That's kind of like super simplistic relationship between these three, but I thought robot can become sort of like a mediator, not us trying to fight against, oh, this is machine learning, they're trying to take all the jobs, but maybe we can kind of like liberate it by doing less repetitive work that machine could do, and then that bring us to look up nature maybe. I don't know, I'm so optimistic about it, but I'm a little bit hopeful for how machine could possibly bring us more opportunity to look back to natural environment or like anything that we haven't found before yet. So yeah, kind of like facilitator between other species and human.
Hiro, you've I think introduced something that works on many levels, and the conversation around it today I hope has been useful, but you have to keep going. This will never end. Yeah. In Pygmalion, the transformation from the representation to the living embodiment, from the sculpture to the figure, magically happens, and there's this swirl of smoke, right? This kind of mist, and your geothermal mist, for me, is this transformative gesture, that there's something about atmosphere in the way you work, and I'm talking time-based media, how you use atmosphere to generate a kind of slippage from one phase or chapter in your life cycle to another. And that's a nice, I think it's a really interesting thing, that still works. It doesn't matter the media. You still need that moment of mist or smoke or something that allows for temporal shift and the change of the physique of the project. So as someone said, hats off to you. We'll conclude today with a final presentation by Roya Eddy from Diploma 10. Roya is going to introduce us to alternative nodes for Beirut. Over to you, Roya.
Can you see my screen?
Yep, all good, Roya.
Okay, so hi everyone. My project is Alternative Nodes for Beirut, where a node is a point in a network at which pathways intersect or branch. 1. The divide, learning from Khanda El Ghami and Sodeko Square. The project is based in Beirut and it learns from two strongly divided territories, one of which is Khanda El Ghami and the other one is Sodeko Square. Both are the product of a strong religious sectarianism, which emerged after the Civil War in 1975, where we see that there's a clear difference in the fabrics from the photos, where one territory is much more enclosed and has this strongly embedded culture, in contrast with Sodeko Square, which is much more kind of modern, open for development, and is much more exposed. So the construct begins to unveil these layers of division from culture, identity, territory, divisions of conflict, control, groups, socioeconomic, and even power. In terms of territorial divide, it manifests itself amongst both territory through the use of flags, signage, a physical wall or division lines, CCTVs, guards. In terms of culture and identity divide, it's more about textures, Islamic architecture, even imponderables such as the smell of coffee in a certain territory or strong sounds of prayers. When it comes to socioeconomic divide, I decided to represent it through the drawing of the balconies and as an external manifestation of the state of the buildings. And so it shows the friction amongst both territories in that sense. And finally, power divide, where it's about, where I decided actually to focus on the division in relation to women and their say in both territories. So from a sectarian divide, a whole division layer in the city forms itself, and it kind of encompasses all of the division elements, such as gates of private buildings, roadblocks and fences, and even what we've talked about, such as flags and signage. So for reference, here is Khanda El Ghami, here is the division line, which is physical, and this is Sodeko Square. Khanda El Ghami is much more reserved, secured, controlled. It is an armed territory, which has an extreme religious belonging, in contrast with Sodeko Square, which is much more defined as exchange, open for exchange, communication, which is new, modern, and exposed, and personally where I feel more comfort in my own country. So the division is clear, or it becomes clear in relation in the section where we begin to see a cluster of shorter buildings and much more concentrated or dense, in contrast with Sodeko Square, where the elevated heights define a more developed territory. By looking at the scan, it was also about understanding in the city or learning from situations, whether they happen arbitrarily or they are associated. So I've looked at a protest, street businesses, a bakery, which is a transitional place where people tend to gather in the city, and it becomes much more of a cultural corner. And finally, a women's march, where a linear path kind of leads women or gathers women towards this straight line. Variables as well were extracted in the process. I'm going to read through them a bit. So canopy, Islamic sign, coffee transportable installation, rusted metal, green paint, handmade carpets. Two other more different ones, such as flashpoints, center points, overviews, backdrops, policing, regulations, violence, burnt tire smells, and so on. So from the scan and looking at the layers, variables, and situations, it was about looking actually into ways of beginning to transform in a way the city, or aiming to do so. And here I look at experiments of tweaking the scanned area. The first experiment is more brief, but it looks at gathering the division elements and creating new spaces out of them. The second one is more precise in asking the question of whether fragmented communities can begin to share a common space. It looks into using an existing plan of a decayed building in Beirut and starting to integrate pavements as a variable that I found interesting, where people tend to gather usually. And so the integration of pavement would create spaces of in-between and begin to suggest association between the people using the existing plan or the building and the ones on the pavement. So it is an aim to gather different social classes. And from the spatial experiments, the project looks into ultimately associations, and the proposal focuses on negotiating territories within Solidaire. From 2 fragmented territories to a post-war reconstruction project under the name of Solidaire, divisions in Beirut after the civil war in 1975 only intensified further. Solidaire is a real estate company that took on the development of the center of Beirut with the aim of targeting an elite social class and make profit out of the reconstruction project. The failure to consider Beirut's countless divisions in the process only drove communities further apart. The proposal argues for a new system of nodes of open-ended design to be introduced into zones within the city with the aim of creating associations between fragmented groups in Beirut. While the insertions of an alternative network of nodes bring unity to a fragmented city in contrast to the failure of Solidaire to do so. So for reference, here is a plan which gathers both constructs. The first one, which I've talked about, is here, and the second one, which which represents Solidaire, is up above, and they run both through the same division line. For reference, the port of Beirut is here where the explosion happened. The first node looks into a block which contains a corporate building with ministries and offices, a mosque, and a church. We argue here that there's no social dimension within the Solidaire framework of the reconstruction after the civil war. And the idea is to strongly argue that Beirut is not a commodity. And by looking at the policies of the master plan, it is clear that the main idea was to make profit at the back of a weak country which has just been out of a civil war. And the idea is to begin to introduce a policy which looks into subtle spaces of engagements for groups to progressively coexist. And it looks mainly at the social dimension or social side of the project, which strongly lacked. So here are 3 situations which learn from the city in order to introduce the social dimension. So the first one is a bakery, which is a place of transition. The second one is a junction as a place of conversion in the city where fights usually happen. And the third one is a tent as a place of reference during protests and revolutions. I think each one is specific into having its own set of physical and social variables which bring people together. And it's mainly situations of the everyday life. And I think by looking at the situations, the aim is to create strategic spots in a city into which an observer can enter and which are the intensive foci to and from which he's traveling. So the first node here in detail is about breaking in the courtyard of the corporate building, inserting this kind of junction at the center by learning from the junction, beginning to insert physical elements just like the bakery of a seating space and expanding it so that we can have this kind of fourth territory amongst the mosque, the church, and the corporate building. So ideally, I think it's about making spaces with surface by using a pattern which describes a common identity of the Lebanese people rather than a specific religion, and expand it through to create one common surface amongst the 3 institutions, playing as well with structures and designing as well with time, so that with timetables, so that before and after prayer time or before and during lunch breaks, and before and after the church, people can begin to unconsciously gather in the courtyard of the building containing the ministries and offices. I think one important point is to acknowledge the fact that since we learn from cultural use and the everyday life, we can only speculate about the result of the project. And I don't think it's guaranteed that anything can happen. So here I talk about mediation or conflict. So there's a chance that the project creates ultimately a shared territory in the courtyard where the people or the different groups begin to intertwine. But in another way, it is also possible that the structure creates further divisions or territorial subdivisions, and that each group begin to associate a part of the structure to itself. And here are some drawings about the insertion. And I think it appears that we begin to insert instances amongst the institution and section. So it would be about making spaces with time, groups, agents, and objects mainly. And the idea is to create this common entrance with signage where the structure has a reference point in the city where all of the people kind of refer to. And the situations which were inspired for the project can also happen. So fights can happen in the courtyard, but also situations of gathering. In terms of urban section, I think that for the project to begin to take a real dimension, it would have to have this kind of cooperation between the Beirut Municipality, Council for Development and Reconstruction, the government, and other institutions such as, on the smaller scale, the people responsible for the mosque, the church, and the ministries that contain the current corporate building. So here are the different parties. And the main question is whether we can begin to think of direct urbanism or having a direct impact through the project on the city. So this drawing looks at the 5 nodes, which were what I wished to look at. And this is the first one. And I think all the way through the project, it was asking the question or testing or an experiment about whether architects can contribute to a sort of territorial change or not. So I think all the way through it was about looking at the possibilities of whether we can work on that or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Roya. I would turn over to Kathy Batista. Kathy, you had some comments straight away.
Yes, yeah, and I have to unfortunately jump off soon. Roya, thank you. Super interesting. And I love that you focused on Beirut. Well, I had a few questions because I mean, I've been to Beirut once and worked there before. And this sort of divide that you're talking about, I felt was very much evident between like the contemporary new parts and the slick parts, and then this sort of older. But I guess, I mean, my first question I think is like, how, because you're saying it needs people, like it needs people. And I've done a lot of projects that involve participation and interaction. And who is going to be like, will it be the architects, or who will be the people to get the engagement to happen? And how will that happen? I'm not clear on that from the presentation.
Yeah. I think that there's 2 levels to the people in terms of the people that occupy the existing block that I'm looking at. So whether it's the mosque or the people responsible of the interior of the mosque, like like occupying the mosque and the programs that happen in it, and as well, that goes the same for the church and the municipalities in the building. And this is one scale of the people that would have to engage together to make it happen or to allow for the insertion. Maybe they wouldn't. And on another scale, I think it's the people that come either to pray or to, or just randomly people passing by, because the project is about them. So I think that is the other side of the people, which this is where I talk about either mediation or conflict, because they will not be responsible of designing the project, but they will be responsible of giving us a response of whether the project is successful or not, by whether either using it or not. I think this is more fluid, as yeah.
And I guess my second question was, because there's been such an influx of refugees, so does that population, which is now such a large part of Lebanon, does that come into this at all? Are they integrated already into the mosque and into the other project?
I think that when I talk about groups, there's so many groups that are like an ever-ending like opening of different religions and backgrounds in Beirut. And so, for example, we have the Palestinian refugees and the refugee camps in Beirut, and there are right like underneath, a bit down below the map of the site. And surely they use the mosque as any other people, like Lebanese resident, but I think that when I say groups, it encompasses all of the different layers of groups as well in Beirut. So certainly you have to include the immigrants as well.
So part of would be meshing the sort of permanent residents with the new residents, so to speak, of Beirut.
Ultimately. Yeah.
Thank you. I was going to just add too, I don't know if you're familiar with Lamil Jorij, the Lebanese artist, but her films and, you know, and her projects about the history of Lebanon before and after the Civil War. And I also thought of someone like Walid Rad, who uses, like, you know, the fictional archive. And I thought somehow your work is like the next step after those artists, in that you're doing something very, very difficult and ambitious to do, which is to actually make people interact, which is super hard. And I guess what I would urge you to think about is like very concrete ways and kind of facilitators, like who's the best to facilitate that.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for that.
Thank you for all your research and drawings.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kathy. Thanks for your references and particularly your sense of place today. I think you have had deep knowledge of everyone's site across, and I know you have to go shortly, but on behalf of everyone at Open Jury, many thanks.
Thank
Paul,
you.
You two have an appointment, so over to you, Paul. Good to hear your comments.
Thank you so much, Roya. It's a really beautiful presentation. I especially like the sensitivity of your architecture, that it was very, very gentle, and it was almost, there was a sort of an effervescence about it, the way that it captured the nodes of people's interaction. And it made me think actually that there's in that subtlety, if you were to not do anything, i.e. if you were to not have an intervention, what do you think the impact would be? Because people do interact, people do the things that you talk about, and cities are largely unplanned. And they sort of, as a certain natural emergence that comes out of people's interactions. And you as an architect are taking on this sort of master plan of gently shifting people and gently moving in a way that it isn't about treating people like lab rats, but actually sort of encouraging new nodes of interaction and new modes of communication. And I suppose that was my observation of it, because most master plans are sort of thou shalt shop here and you shall do stuff here, and I quite like the sort of the subtlety, the gentleness with which your project sort of gently brought people together and then let them breathe again. Yeah. So, I mean, do you see this working in other cities, or do you think this is specific to Beirut and your own sort of heart, so to speak?
I think that the strategy can, like the way of thinking of learning from situations, can be adapted to other places which are in need of this kind of association where groups tend to be friction. But I don't think that because we look at specific situations of the Beirutis, as we say, I think it's specific in that sense that we look at a specific background, so it wouldn't be the same. So people tend to gather, for example, at a bakery in Beirut, but it wouldn't be the same in another country. So we would have to look into other situations of the everyday life that bring people together. I think it's only the only thing that I would take from the project is the method of learning from the people, or what physically or socially brings them together. But yeah,
that's what makes it quite magical, because you've undertaken a period of deep research into that area, those sites, those people, those behaviors, and been able to put on a subtle infrastructure that will engender interaction and emergent phenomena. And I like the bipartite nature of the work, that it can only emerge out of study and understanding. It can't just be dropped on. And I think we've seen a lot of sort of algorithmic work today where people are saying, oh, I just apply the algorithm and it'll all naturally happen. But actually, I quite like the humanity in your work and how and your proposals. So thank you.
Thank you for that.
And Paul, thanks for your efforts today. Really some remarkable comments. Roya, you had moments of time-based media throughout, and it goes a little bit with what Paul's last observation was around. To me, they seem delightfully workaday. Like you've just metabolized that as a normal way of working. It's not about representation so much as it's a tool. That in many cases, you could see that the time-based media was the heuristic device to arrive at a proposal, both social and spatial. So I think a lot of the emphasis this morning was on how time-based media was a way to guarantee easy communication at the end of a creative arc and a design cycle. But for you, I see it just kind of stitched through. It's never in the foreground. Other things are driving the project, your intention, your explanation. But is that fair game? Were you working with some moving drawings and video loops from the start? Because it feels like to me, it was always a part of your process.
I think that what drove me to represent it in that way is the way I was exploring the city. So because it is very fast-paced, the scan is so deep in looking at layers, variables, and situations that it was the only, it was an efficient way, not the only way, but an efficient way to keep up with the pace of the city. And so situations, like if I would represent situations in just flat drawings, I don't think it would be as helpful to be able to capture all of the relationships between the agents, the physical and the social. So to me, I think the moving or dynamic part was more helpful in firstly understanding for myself what I'm mainly explaining and then representing it. Yeah, I think so. It follows the pace of my research mainly, I think.
No, that's nicely put. It also, for me, it unpacks a different way of thinking about time-based media.
Yeah.
It can be a mode of its own research, or it can be the medium of research rather than representation.
Yeah.
Lawrence Umana.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. That I think it was really well presented. I'm aware of how kind of complex Beirut's politics are and how certain kind of stakeholders because okay, what I'm saying is kind of related to what Kathy was saying in the beginning, and how do you start to actually zoom into a single moment where you actually understand what the stakeholders are doing, like what the roles are of each kind of person to make this, you know, so we understand how it works basically. And why I was thinking that is that in a specific moment in your presentation, when you mentioned that kind of that mosque and the church, and I was thinking about how you said before or after lunch, and then you said before or after prayer, and both of those are kind of different ways of communicating time for different kind of communities. Yeah. It would have been nice to kind of have zoomed into a moment like that a bit more in detail to understand A, the stakeholders at hand and how that would work, and then B, how the different time-based medias would come together into single ground. So how, not that time-based media, but how different ways of communicating time would come together in a single scenario, for example. But that was kind of just a thought that kind of I got excited by. And other than that, I think that's the kind of only comment I had, and I enjoyed the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's kind of related to that for me, which I wonder like what you felt the limitations of mapping are actually, because it seems that even though obviously like time-based media is stitched in the presentation literally, I think predominantly the maps that I was seeing were in some sense spatial, whether it's the sections or kind of drawings of the proposal. So I just wonder how you were thinking about representation in that broad sense, like, and what the limitations or benefits of mapping were. Because for me now, having not seen a jury for like many years, it's striking. It reminds me how performative they are, right? You're presenting, and we've obviously seen that a lot today. So I was thinking, in the absence of you or your human presence presenting the project, what the presentation to a kind of community in Beirut might look like, if it would be pretty much the same as what you've shown us today.
I think that first of all, there's a slight difference, I think, to mapping in terms of what I was doing, because it's much more personal. So mapping would be any map, and like mapping is more general. And I think here it was about pinpointing what my view of the city is, or the specificities of what I thought were kind of important or relevant to the project. So I'm not sure how I would be able to represent or present my work without explaining my own thoughts, but it's a good way of thinking about it. Like maybe use more general language, a more general language, if I wasn't personally explaining my project, such as things that are universally understandable, but that would defy the purpose of the construct, which is much more about your own perception of what happens in the city or the scan. So I think it's hard to to do that, but yeah. And I think in terms of the limitations, I would have loved to be able to draw. I know we're talking about time-based and everything that is moving and digital, but one thing which I would have enjoyed is to actually be able to map or represent in my own way, also on paper. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Roya. We are at the conclusion end of our long day, of pretty indulgent day, getting to look at exceptional work completed and packaged in a bow, but importantly talking about the relevance of time across all of them. And I think that theme worked. It felt like the 10 projects today were bound by different attitudes about time and showcasing the temporal. And it's great to end with your work, Roya, because it does so in this light touch and nimble manner. I would ask our remaining critics, Paul, Germana, and Lawrence, if you had any overarching responses to this afternoon, and we could open up to the floor for a bit of a general chat. I won't belabor all this. I'm not a fan of great concluding sweeping generalizations, because the projects are the projects and the comments are to them, but it would be nice at the end of the day to hear a few words and things that might propel us to look at time-based media in new ways in future. I think some of this was prompted by a COVID year, and some of the discussion from critics is noting that we became very adept at presenting on screen, apart from, nested in that, time-based media, films, et cetera, that we've looked at as part of the components of a project. But I'll turn it over to you, Paul, and we can sign off with last round here.
Crikey, dropped right in there. So I mean, as an architect, we design static representations of buildings that grow and evolve, buildings that change over time, and I think we as an industry have become a little bit obsessed with representation in stasis, and all we do, we don't build buildings. We develop instructions for other people to build buildings. And I think by using the temporal as a method of representation, we start to accept what the nature of architecture really is, which is something inhabited, something that evolves, something that grows, and something that can change. And this was sort of hinted at by Cedric Price, obviously, in Archigram, all way back when. But I don't think we really fully embraced the nature of how we can actually look at time in the way that we use it as a design tool, how it influences our pen and our mouse. And I think using the new technologies nowadays, we're starting to get a lot more sort of clued up on how we can actually use proper computer-aided design on a time-based sort of feel. And I think a lot of the work today that I've seen, has really started to embrace that, how buildings feel, how buildings will grow, how buildings will actually adapt to their occupancy. In some ways, I've seen it in very sort of intellectual conditions and also in very much more physical and tactile conditions. And I think that's the conversation that I feel is very relevant to architecture. I mean, it's not to everyone's taste, but for me, I think that that's where the conversation really needs to be, and how we can use time as part of our design practice and not just get obsessed with light and shadow and the normal modes of architectural representation that's dogged our profession for so long. And I think it's really exciting that you put on a day like today where we've seen people look at these sort of differing methodologies of dealing with the temporal as a design practice. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Jemana?
I would want to say thank you for inviting me, because that was a very diverse set of projects, and I really miss watching and participating in these juries. In terms of time-based medias, I think also each project kind of had a very, very different approach with how they communicated it, as well as how it was received for each juror, which I found very interesting. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Roya. Lawrence, that leaves you on the chair.
So I'll be very short. But no, similarly, it's amazing work, and it's interesting to see how video is just part of. It's a medium in itself. From my point of view, because Paul was saying from the point of view as an architect, as static representation. From my point of view, basically as a freelancer who makes time-based media as a product, video art, basically, it's actually a very problematic relationship with labor that emerges out of the ability to use time-based media, because no longer is one overworking by producing models, representations, and so on. But then the expectation, which I've kind of seen a little bit today, is to also produce a polished pitch video, or like a kind of a complete object of architecture that's a video as well. So I feel it's a real challenge to think about the different uses of video or virtual reality or video games, or presentation itself as a performance within what architecture is, because I've seen videos that have been more like a kind of a pitch video, ones where it's really about it's a final product, and ones where it's basically part of a design process. So I think it's really challenging to integrate that in a spatial system which is already so complex and ambitious in terms of world building, because I think, like Paul was saying, it's very possible to try and make not just an everything project, but an everything world, which includes, VR and AR and AI algorithm in there some way, and an incredible video. So I think the challenge really is to edit a compelling piece of performance or time-based media within this demand of a attention economy, basically, which all we're participating in. But it's amazing to see all these different projects today. So thanks.
Thanks, Lawrence. Really appreciated your comments throughout. And thanks all presenters. This is an open jury, and in the spirit of openness, opening up to anyone attending. We had Nigel Coats with us this morning. We have Carlos Villanueva Brandt with us now. NATO at the AA has had a long tradition interested in the temporal as well as the urban. And I would say we've had lots of discussions around archigram throughout. David Green might be in the mix here. Any comments from Carlos or others who have been watching some of the projects presented this afternoon?
Carlos, are you speechless?
No, I'm not speechless. Actually, I didn't think it was my place to speak. I think I only saw the the last two. So I've seen some of the projects before. So I saw Jasmine's project last year. I think time-based is what's important in my view. And it's a question of whether the time-based is representational or a way of communication. Or I think some of the things I'm very interested in is seeing architecture as time-based, as projects that, in a sense, as Roya put it, could succeed or fail according to the moment in time. And I think it's interesting to see it that way. That's one of the things that interests me, that fluidity of a project rather than the definite of a project. So I think when Paul spoke about, sort of in a sense being a master plan, it's an interesting idea. I mean, how do you set something up with the possibility of failure, for the possibility of it to acknowledge time, and therefore I would consider that to be a time-based project. But I think it's an interesting one, and I think we should be thinking more in those terms, i.e., the project in real time, in experience time. But I'm not sure what other things were shown today, so that's my penny's worth.
Yeah, it's a good penny, particularly with a unit that's been predicated on time for its entire duration. So thank you, Carlos. I won't put anyone else on the spot, Kate Davies, but we do have a number of academic staff who care and love this topic and have been working with it in their own research and across their teaching. This is an abiding interest of the AA. There's a new working group looking at architecture and cinema, which doesn't sound like anything new, but it is new. And I think it's a thread. I don't want to say COVID started it. I think COVID might have slightly amplified it in the last cycle and the work we saw all day today. Remarkable that it was done in isolation, that we can come together today, not so isolated, and have a conversation around it. So if no one else from the audience wants to jump in, I'll invite you to get free drinks at the bar. Just tell Sammy Manajay's bill, please. And we'll wish everyone a very happy bonfire night, the strangest of English rituals taking place this evening. So we'll go out with a bang and wish everyone and thank our critics for an exceptional exchange this afternoon and the culmination of Open Week. We look forward to the normal week kicking off on Monday. Thanks everyone, and wishing you a good night.